gonna cause a ruckus. You're gonna be, oh crap, I forgot my glasses in the other room. You're messing up my hair. Oh. Hello everybody. Sorry, my hair is tragic right now. I was trying to do like an 80s like flip thing. Didn't really turn out that well. I look like I have a little hump on the top of my head. My glasses. Oh god, it looks ridiculous. See, it looks fine. It looked fine in the mirror, but on the webcam, it don't look all that great. I was trying to go for like a 80s, early 90s. This is all your fault, Tippy. This is the last time I'm gonna listen to you. I'm gonna go get him. Hold on. She's like, you don't get to blame me for your fuck-ups. Alright, there, back. Gotta go get my glasses. There we go, much better then. I will blame Tippy for everything and anything. How dare she? Ooh. Get my greasy little fingerprints over everything. Okay then. It's kind of funny with his hairstyle. I kind of look like my mom from like early 80s pictures of her. Alright, so let me, first and foremost, is the music for this dude too loud, or is it nice and quiet for you? Because I don't want it blasting your ear off, I just kind of want it softly in the background. Like almost barely. Here we go. Okay. And I don't need these guys, so I'll move these over to the side. So so long, I probably shouldn't put this out into the universe, but so long as everything keeps working out, I'll have an animatronic video coming out sometime next week. I'm waiting for a couple of things to oops, what is my code? Is it this one? But if it happens, I think you guys will be pleasantly surprised, because I got this idea yesterday after raging about FedEx, because for those of you who don't know, who aren't in who don't have Sky, and don't have aren't on the Discord, I bought a special dress specifically because the one I originally got turned out to be super shitty. It was like a horrible costume fabric, but I picked out a dress that I thought was like, it was perfect for, you know, the shot on videos I'm gonna be doing, and I wanted to get that one out on Halloween. I was like, I got everything ordered, I have the set up in the other room, I was like, I'm good to go. And then fucking FedEx, like it always does, it delivered my dress to the wrong fucking address, and they would not help me because they're like, oh, the people who sent it they're the only ones that can file a claim for them to pay for it. And I was like, okay, that doesn't help me now. And they posted a picture and it showed the doormat. Not that if he would have just took the picture up a little bit higher, I would have been able to see the condo number. But of course they didn't want to do that. So the condo numbers, I'm telling a story, the condo numbers were right below. I'm going to close the door, and I don't care if it's going to be hot outside. You can't be... I am telling a story. And so I spent damn near almost 3 hours when I got home from work. What was that? Tuesday, Wednesday? I can't remember exactly the date. But Tippy, I'm serious. I'm not paying attention to you right now for a reason. Going around the condo complex like a crazy I'm gonna break into your house weirdo, holding my phone and trying to compare doormats. All right, nope, you're out. Nope, I'm trying to talk. This is not the Tippy hour. And you get out of here. Get. My goodness, can't have a moment's peace in this house. Tippy, usually your interruptions are charming, but I'm trying to get a story across. If you notice a neighbor wearing... That's so funny, because I was wondering, I was like, Halloween is getting closer. What are the odds I'm going to see somebody... Because the place I ordered from, it's not like it's a super popular thing outside of, like, maybe goths might know what it is. But I doubt... I doubt just any... Like, I stumbled across it on accident, but I was in love with the dress. So I scrambled... and I got a different dress, but I also reordered that other one into it's a size up, which sucks too, because okay, if you guys find the first one, sorry we screwed up your order, you can't do anything about it. Yeah, and the worst part about it was it took me over 2 hours to get a human on the phone, because they will not let you talk to a person. They will do you can yell representative 1,000 times into the void and it'll just hang up on you. And I was like, dude, anybody who is even, because I'm usually pretty even tempered, but even I was starting to get like, I was like, what the fuck? If a person is mildly irritated, the perfect way to enrage them to the point that they're going to have like blood vessels pop is not letting them talk to a human, because your stupid electronic or your stupid robot doesn't understand what the person is asking for. Like every other one, that's why I hate FedEx. It's like it's my one eyebrow baby. I fucking hate FedEx because 8 out of 10 of my packages always get either lost or they deliver them to the wrong address. I've gotten 1 or 2 from them, and it's just an ongoing thing. I fucking hate it. Sorry. Okay, real quick. I gotta pause and I gotta say hi to everybody who showed up. Hello, Thanatrice. Hello, Artie. I got off the rails immediately. Hello, Adam. Hello, Viliano, who suggested this take full responsibility. Yeah, you will, Viliano. Hello, Artie. I said hello to Adam. Hello, Zick. Oh, shoot. I forgot to post stuff in in Sky. I need to get better at that. Hello, Haley. There's a Discord. There is. You know, my niece told me I need to start actually like putting the damn thing in there, or like plug it in. But every time I do, people say that they're locked out, so I'm not sure how to make it so you can get into the Discord without having to like specially invite you. But I don't want to like open it because that's just asking for all type of problems. Did I get everybody? Did I miss anyone? I hope I didn't. I'm sorry if I did. I think I said hi to you, Haley. You see, this is why I just went to Spirit Halloween for a Halloween costume. Real bullshit. You know, the animatronic that I wanted this year, I could not find, and it was not available online for me. It was available. It was available on their website in the US, but they wouldn't ship over, and I'm not gonna go, hello, Static X. It is, oh my god, it has been a while. Right when I said Static X, I was like, oh my god, that triggered a memory. How you doing? Hello, Lex. It's always wonderful to see you guys. Sorry, I crashed out for a minute because FedEx is fucking up my whole filming thing, because I took a pause because the thing with the rule of the next video I said was going to be rule of rose, and I always intended it, but between starting a new job, wanting to keep adding to stuff, and having to reword things, because that's a very tricky, I didn't realize how tricky of a game it's going to be to kind of maneuver around, especially like in this type of political climate. So I was like, I need to be a little more I gotta reword a few things to keep weirdos out of my comments. Hello, Horned Toad. Horned Toad. I love horned toads. They're adorable. Sorry, I'm just excited because this one, I actually used to have this Goosebumps. Oh, that is bright. But before, it was the giant bat. They had Spirit Halloween had a giant bat that I thought was so fucking cool, and it just I went to every single one within like the Providence area, within the major city. I even went to like a smaller place that was, goddamn, I think it was over an hour and a half. I drove for a while. I'd have to. Are we all the weird? No, see, maybe I should reword it. Assholes. You guys aren't assholes. Weirdos are cool. Assholes are not. This is a no asshole zone. Weirdos allowed. And so one more thing. I apologize. I'm just waiting for the stragglers to come in. So I'm having a little chat with everybody before I start the book. So one more thing, one more quick story, or I guess update. So as I think a couple of you guys know, really love Kickstarter. I really love backing projects. I have backed a number of projects, one including one that I'm still waiting for. I think we're going on 6 years here, which is the little Nemo video game that I think was supposed to be on a Switch. We're on Switch 2 now. It is what it is. They're still working on it. I'm not gonna rush them. They're an itty bitty little company, but one that caught my eye, and it's kind of my fault because I should have looked at it a little bit closer, but it was a novelization. No, I was right, because that's the way they said it. They said it was a novelization of a horror movie that has never existed. And I was like, that sound all right. Sure. What? Or an 80s horror slasher movie that never existed. So I was like, oh my god, it's going to be like the Puppet Combo books. I was like, this is going to be great. I can read it on stream. And here, I will show you how cool it looks. I bought like a poster, and I did like the hardcover everything. I thought it was super fucking cool. But yeah, look at how neat this is. And I even got the poster, and I got the motherfucking soundtrack to it, which I was like, I love this. Gimmicks like this are so rad. I love them. But I realized immediately when I pulled this out, I was like, fuck. It's not a novel. It is a it's a graphic novel. And I was like, I can't read this shit on the stream. And I guess I could, but how the hell am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to, I guess like the scary stories thing. Like, boom, I'm dying, oh no, slash, chop, chop, chop. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. But it's still really cool. I haven't read it yet, but I do also have an electronic copy, or a digital copy. I don't know why I keep using grandpa terms. So maybe it would work if I had it like on the screen here, but I don't know how the hell I would do that. And I also accidentally bought 2 posters instead of 1. I don't know how I managed to fuck that up super royally. But yeah, it's really cool. It even, look how well they did it. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm trying to, it even has like the white border and everything. I'm definitely gonna have it, or get it framed. But I thought it was so rad. It reminded me of the Raincoat Killer a little bit from Deadly Premonition. I would totally watch it too. It is a bit of a bummer. Maybe I can, I'll get the digital copy and I'll see how it looks on screen, and I'll let you guys be the judge if it's something that you try to figure out how to do. That style of poster brings me back. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh. The animatronic talk makes me wonder if you've ever been to the Trans World Halloween Animatronic and Costume Convention. I've never even heard of that. Where does that take place? I mean, sounds like something I would definitely go to. Oh, you got a Ghostface costume this year. I was kind of tempted to, because I have a couple mannequins. I was kind of tempted to have one of them dressed up in the Scream outfit. That means that's just more work for me to do. I still need to decorate my house for Halloween, which is crazy a statement considering how far we are into October. Usually by September 30th, everything's up, down from the crawl space and up on the walls and all over the the house. But I'll just leave it up, or I'll make up for it and leave it up like halfway through November. I swear I'll start this book. And put it off because we all know how these always end. By the way, did you guys notice the cover of this book? It's Quasimodo. Like Disney's Quasimodo. He's got the same colored tights and shirt. He's just is it gonna be the actual Quasimodo from the book? Turns out I was real all along. Cork it up, boys and girls. I went to a costume party last week, tried to spike my hair with gel and keep pointed by hanging my head upside down. It looks slightly disheveled. I've actually seen how it was like pipe cleaners or something like that. I've seen people do that with like pipe cleaners that were similar or same, and they just like kind of did like a little bloop and just stuck it in their hair and then just shaped their hair around it. But that's fun fact, just random fact of the day, hanging flowers upside down in that way actually freezes, like when they're still alive. If you want to preserve them, hang them upside down for about a week or so, and they'll dry up and they'll stick together and you'll just have like dried flowers. Fun fact. My dad taught me that when I was like 10. The horrors of seeing gargoyles. I fucking agree. I love that movie. I have never, since it's been on like streaming and everything, I have not watched their stupid fucking song since. I always fast forward through it. It's so bad. Ooh, Michael Myers. The mask confused my dog. Oh, speaking of, again, if you don't have Sky, I went to a thrift store and I found, do you see that baby in the corner right there? I'm gonna grab him. Tippy won't go near her. So I was like, that's fine. That's okay, right? That's probably not a bad sign when an animal won't go near a doll. Ugh. But I probably look like a psychopath because I picked it up and I was looking at it and then I started laughing. Not so much because of the way it looks, because, you know, I'm sure this poor thing would have been sitting at the in the thrift shop. Its eyes closed. It's kind of hard to tell, or hard to see from here. But oh, sorry, I don't mean to poke your eye out. Or not. Well, anyway, like baby doll. But the thing that makes me laugh, it's a normal size like baby doll. But look at its why is its arms so tiny? These are arms of a baby doll that's like half the size of it. Good old baby arms, baby. And apparently it's like a doll from the 30s. I was like, this baby was around before World War II. Totally haunted. Hey, look, I've been nice to it with the exception of me poking my eyes out. But yeah, when I was looking at it, Tippy came in, landed on my shoulder, and then flew off, like doing that screaming thing you've all heard her do. Baby arms, kind of like baby legs from Rick and Morty. and she wouldn't go near me while I had it on my person. It wasn't until I put her in this room and walked back out that she came near me. I was like, what? I don't like the implications that I think you're trying to scare me, Tippy. I think you're mad because I won't let you chew on stuff you're not allowed to. Okay. Alright. I think that's everything that Chet has not heard from that aren't in the Discord or the Sky Blue, or on my Sky Blue. Grab my little hand! You gonna get out your Jedi robes? Hell yeah! Gin and tonic. Well, those lightsabers have gotten like amazing. I've seen ones where they I mean, obviously there's still like the glass part, but the light up like the way they do in the movies. They make the noises. It's really cool how they've gone and done it. So I was making sure I have my phone near me. Make sure it's on mute, because apparently I did not put it on mute. Okay. All right. Does a baby talk without using it? Did I get my costume? Yeah, I have a costume. I'll wear it on either Halloween Eve or Halloween for a stream. Crowley. Hello, Mr. Crowley, by the way. That doll looks cool. See, I like oddities, like odd things like that. They don't scare me. Oh, I just realized it's all tilted weird. They don't scare me the way I know a lot of people do. That kind of like, oh my god, there's a YouTube video of a guy catching a ghost. I just roll my eyes at stuff like that, and I was like, fine by me. The thing was $4.9 or not $4.9. The thing was like $5. $4. It was $4. So it. Even at $4, there was nobody who was going to take it. So I swooped in. I think I probably have some pants to at least give it. You're reviewing a werewolf movie? Oh, which one is it? Which werewolf movie is it? I need to get into the werewolf stuff. Please be a Frankenfurt. That's a real... Ooh, I wonder if I can find that costume in time, because I didn't see anything like that in Spirit Halloween or none of the Halloween places I went this year or walked around this year. I mean, I was Dr. Frankenfurt at one point with that green thing with the upside down triangle. I think that's what it is, like a red triangle. All right. Let me double check to make sure I said hello to everybody, because I don't want it. Them goddamn kids are at it again. Alright. Alright, let's get this over with, ladies and gents. But first, let me take a drink. 23 minutes in, and I finally start the book. Alright, guys. Somebody said this takes place in London. Oh my god, it is London. Shit. Why did I? Good point. Yeah, but he has like a very specific kind of laundry. He's got like the red corset. Cursed. American Werewolf in Paris. I like that one. Monster Dog and Dark Wolf. 3 people voted for American Werewolf. I mean, it's a great movie. Like, ow, Werewolf London. Okay, I'm trying to think how. Fuck, I've tried it. I'm gonna lose like my three British listeners. They're like, ugh. And my two. And my 2 Australian. My 2 Australian. I sound like a fucking chimney sweep. Alright. You know, I'm gonna sound like that one girl who I was like 99% sure was faking an English accent in the Dark Harvest movie. Alright. I feel like this is gonna be so embarrassing. I don't think can I hold this fucking accent? Alright, well I'm gonna sound like basically Madonna when she was trying to fake the accent. I need this. Oh goodness. Okay, is it a boy? Okay. Hold on. God. I'm scared, Eddie said. I shivered and zipped up my coat to my chin. Eddie, this was your idea, I told my brother. Oh my god, I can't do it. I didn't beg and plead. I'm going into a southern accent. How did I do it? I didn't beg. I'm trying to think. Oh, Austin Powers. Austin. Groovy, baby. I know which one you're talking about. I still like that one though. and whenever I hear American Werewolf, that song gets stuck in my head. I didn't beg and please to please blah blah blah. Fuck. Lindsay Lohan in God damn it. I should have done some studying. Hello, Governor. Eddie, this was your idea, I told my brother. I didn't beg and plead to see the Tower of Terror. You did. Oh god, that's worse. I don't even know what the hell that was. South of London, whatever. What else? I don't know why I'm choking on it. I watched, like, I know what a fucking British accent sounds like. Or even like a London accent. He raised his eyes to the tower. A strong wind fluttered his dark brown hair. I have a strange feeling about it, Sue. A bad feeling. I made a disgusted face. I am so sorry, Marceline. I know you're watching this. I'm so sorry. I've heard you talk 1,000 times too, and I can't get it. I made a disgusted face. Eddie, you're such a wimp. You have a bad feeling about going to the movies. Oh, it keeps going into a... Oh god, this is gonna take forever to finish. It keeps going into like a Valley Girl accent. Only scary movies. I can't fucking... God damn it! I thought I could do this. I'm terrible at this shit. Jennifer Coolidge. That sounds like... Oh no, that's more of fucking... I see, I can't do it. I hear it in my head and I can't fucking do it in my head. Governor. Yo... Wait. Only scary movies, he mumbled. You're 10 years old, I said okay, I'm just gonna do the voices in British. They'll probably help me move this shit along. You're 10 years old, I said sharply. I'm American or what? No, they're London. Wait, are they Americans in this or are they Londoners? I said sharply. It's time to stop being scared of your own shadow. It's just an old castle with a tower, I said, gesturing toward it. Hundreds of tourists come here every day. I only watch you football movies. Go posh. Hundreds of tourists come here every day, but they used to torture people here, Eddie said, suddenly looking very pale. They used to lock people in the tower and let them starve to death. Hundreds of years ago, I told him. They don't torture people here anymore, Eddie. They just sell postcards. We both gazed up at the gloomy old castle built of greystone, darkened over, whatever. I'm gonna go for whatever accent rolls off my tongue. Darkened over time. Its two narrow towers rised up like stiff arms at its side. Storm clouds hovered over the dark towers. The bent old trees in the courtyard shivered in the wind. It didn't feel like spring. The air was cold and heavy. I felt a raindrop on my forehead and then another on my cheek. This is why I can never get away with pretending to be anything else. Bed knobs and broomsticks. Yeah, see, this is what I needed. I needed to watch something very British before this. I probably should have listened to something here before I started. I felt a raindrop on my forehead, then another on my cheek. A perfect London day, I thought. A perfect day to visit the famous Tower. This was our first day in England, and Eddie and I had been sightseeing all over London. Our parents had to be at the... Alright, this is too dark. I need to lighten this up. I'm on the first page. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Nuclear. This was our first day in London, and Eddie and I had been sightseeing all over London. Our parents had to be at a conference at our hotel, so they signed us up with a tour group, and we went off. We toured... Wait, I don't think they're British. I think they're just touring London. We toured the British Museum, walked through the Harrods department store, and visited Westminster Abbey and Trafalgar Square. For lunch, we had bangers and mash. Quote, sausages and mashed potatoes at a real English club. Then the tour group took a great bus ride, sitting on top of a bright red double-decker bus. London was just as I had imagined it. I think they're not. I think they're American kids. I don't think they're British. And if I keep going, yeah, exactly. If I keep going with this, we're gonna be here all night as I force my way through here. I will dig back into it. I promise. If they run into like a British kid, I'll do a British kid voice. All right. For lunch, we had bangers and mash, the sausage and mashed potatoes at a real English pub. Then the tour group took a great bus. Then the tour group took a great bus ride, sitting on top of a bright red double-decker bus. London was just as I imagined it, big and crowded, narrow streets lined with little shops and jammed with all those old-fashioned-looking black taxis. The sidewalks were filled with people from all over the world. Of course, my scaredy cat brother was totally nervous about traveling around in a strange city of our own. Or on our own. But I'm 12, because that's going to be one thing. Like, take a shot if the main character is 12 years old. That always seems to be the time for, or the age that he always has the kids at. I don't think we've had... Wait, have we had any other kids that were... Just do scout... Of course, my scaredy cat brother was totally nervous about traveling around the strange city of our own, but I'm 12! A lot less wimpy than he is. It's gonna morph into Clayface if I keep doing that. And I managed to keep him pretty calm. I was totally surprised when Eddie begged to visit the Terror Tower. Mr. Starks, our bald, red-faced tour guide. That's another thing I've noticed, that these kids always insult the appearances of the adults. The perfect voice for weddings, funerals, and divorce hearings. Your Honor, these beanie babies are mine. Pour them out on the courtroom floor. There it goes into Killyface. There were about 12 of us, mostly old people. Eddie and I were the only kids. Mr. Starks gave us a choice, another museum or the tower. The tower, Eddie pleaded. I've got to see the Terror Tower. We took a long bus ride to the outskirts of the city. The shops gave way to rows of tiny red brick houses. Then we passed even older houses hidden behind stooped trees and low ivy-covered walls. When the bus pulled to a stop, we climbed out and followed a narrow street made of bricks, worn smooth over centuries. The street ended at a high wall. Behind the wall, the Terror Tower rose up darkly. If my funeral is you Googleized by someone doing a Skeletor voice, I'm so walking out. Isn't. I got you. If my wedding isn't officiated by someone doing a Skeletor voice, I'm walking out. Well, instead of a Skeletor voice, just make it Skeletor. Just have the whole ass guy. Why not? Hurry, Sue! Eddie tugged at my sleeve. We'll lose the group. They'll wait for us, I told my brother. Stop worrying, Eddie. We won't get lost. We jogged up over the old bricks and caught up with the others. Wrapping his long black overcoat around him, Mr. Starks led the way through the entrance. He stopped and pointed at the pile of gray stones in the large covered grass courtyard. That wall was the original castle wall, he explained. It was built by the Romans. My brain will not switch. It was built in the Romans at about the year 400. The Italian. London was a Roman city then. The Italian, because my brain can't stick to a goddamn British accent. Only a small section of the wall stood still. Only a small section of the wall still stood. The rest had crumbled or fallen. I couldn't believe I was staring at a wall that was over 1,500 years old. It's probably as old as Mr. Starks, am I right? Old guy who's probably like in his 20s in the story. We followed Mr. Starks along the path that led the castle and its towers. Oi, this was built by the Romans, Oi, this was built by the Romans to be a walled fort, the tour guide told us. After the Romans died, it became a prison. I'm trying to think of how Marsland talks to Chad. I'm so sorry, Marsland. That started many years of cruelty and torture within these walls. I pulled my little camera from my coat pocket and took a picture of the Roman wall. Then I turned and snapped a few pictures of the castle. The castle had darkened even more. I hoped the pictures would come out. These in Soviet Russia. Well, this is London's. I don't know why I practice voices, like accents and shit on my own, but I think I'm just put on the spot, and my brain's like, nope. Bailey, now he's Jamaican. Jamaican. This was London's first debt. I can't even fucking do Jamaican. Be jamming. Mr. Starks explained as he led the way. If you were too poor to pay your bills, you were sent to prison, which meant you could never pay your bills. You'd stay in prison forever. Yeah, great fucking system they had back then. Fucking debtors' prisons. We passed a small guardhouse. It was about the size of a phone booth, made of white stones, with a slanted roof. I thought it was empty, but to my surprise, a gray uniformed guard stepped out of it, a rifle perched stiffly on his shoulder. I turned back and gazed at the dark wall that surrounded the castle grounds. Look, Eddie! If I could do Ed and Eddie, I would. But I don't think... No. Bailing on that too. Just read it in Korean. I do tend to... I'm reverting back to Saskatchewan. Sorry, I'm pretty sure I just swallowed a gnat. It's a poor gnat. It was buzzing around my face, and now it's not buzzing around my face, and I'm choking. I'm so sorry, little gnat. You can't see any of the city outside the wall. It's as if we really stepped back in time, I said as I stood next to a Pepsi machine. This castle doesn't have any Wi-Fi. He shivered. I don't know if it was because of my words or because of the sharp wind that blew through the old courtyard. The castle cast a deep shadow over the path. Mr. Starks led us up a narrow entrance at the side. Then he stopped and turned back to the group. I was startled by the tense, sorrowful expression on his face. I am sorry to give you this bad news, he said. I'm trying to do the Jack the Ripper tour guide voice. He said, in his eyes moving slowly from one of us to the next. Bad news, huh? Eddie whispered, moving closer to me. You will all be imprisoned in the North Tower, Mr. Starks announced. There you will be tortured until you tell us the reason why you chose to come here. Wi-Fi, they can't even afford code. How do you do it? I can't quite get the facial expression. You do a great impression of Brian. That's adorable. It was a fun joke. Chapter 2. Eddie let out a startled cry. Other members of the group uttered shocked gasps. Really? You can't tell that this guy's like just yanking your chain? Mr. Starks began to chuckle as a grin spread over his round red face. Just a little terror tower joke, he said brightly. I've got to have some fun, you know. We all laughed too, except Eddie. He still seemed shaken. This guy is crazy! Who makes jokes about that? Am I right? So that's where Hoedown came from. For all you know, Jack the Ripper had a hillbilly accent. I mean, here's the only accent I can kind of do is like a southern, American southern accent. And I genuinely don't know why. I don't know why I can do that one, kind of. Like, I actually have like, I was like, why? There's like no real movies or shows or anything that I watched that had particularly southern accents. So for the life of me, I don't know how the hell it's just in my head. And I don't have southern family members too, so I don't know where that comes from. Just do a Letterkenny voice the whole time. This guy is crazy, eh? Actually, Mr. Starks was a very good tour guide. He's very cheerful and helpful, and he seems to know everything about London, you know, because he probably fucking lives there. My only problem was that sometimes I had trouble understanding his British accent. So does my audience, because it's not my it's about her. Yeehaw. Woo! As you can see, the castle. God damn it, I just finished Ted Lasso too. Again, had a bunch of accents that I could have, but not. I can do Roy. As you can see, the castle consists of several buildings, Mr. Stark explained, turning serious. That long, low building there served as barracks for the soldiers. He pointed across the broad lawn. I snapped a picture of the old barracks. It looked like a long, low hut. Then I turned and snapped a picture of the gray uniformed guards standing at attention in front of the small guardhouse. I heard several gasps of surprise behind me. Turning back, I saw a large hooded man creep out from the entrance and sneak up behind Mr. Starks. He wore an ancient-looking green tunic and carried an enormous battle axe. The executioner! He raised the axe behind Mr. Starks. Does anyone here need a very fast haircut? Mr. Starks asked casually without turning around. This is the castle barber. We all laughed. The man in the green executioner's costume took a quick bow, then disappeared back in the building. This is fun, Eddie whispered, but I noticed he was clinging to me very closely. We are going to enter the torture chamber next, Mr. Starks announced. Please, stick together. He raised a red pennant on a long stick. I'll carry this high, so you can find me easily. It's so easy to get lost inside. There's hundreds of chambers and secret passages. I've attempted to impersonate some horror movie characters and some, I think, Ghostface, Pinhead. Oh, Pinhead. Like, you can do the deep voice. Deep voice Pinhead is like the best. Well, the actor just has a great voice in general, but him with the dark one. Oh, fuck. That wouldn't work either. I haven't watched Family Guy in like 10 years. Lois. That's all I can remember. That's it. That's my... Lois! Oh, God. Was it Jimmy, you you pudgy-faced apple John? Yeah, I can't even remember how he sounds. Can you do Art the Clown? Ooh. Wow, cool, I exclaimed. Eddie glanced at me doubtfully. You're not too scared. Are you? You're not scared to go in the torture chamber? Or, sorry, you're not too scared to go into the torture chamber, are you? I asked him. Who? Me? I replied shakily. You will see some very unusual torture devices. Can't let the accent down. Just Lois. Low. Like, I know there's like a roll, like a side roll to the tongue, but for some reason, like I said, I think my brain's like, no, people are watching. I don't want to offend anybody. Torture chamber, eh? Ooh, kinky. The wardens had many ways to inflict pain on their poor prisoners. We recommend that you do not try them at home. A few people laughed. I couldn't wait to get inside. I ask you again to stick together, Mr. Starks urged as the group began to file through the narrow doorway of the castle. My last tour group was lost forever in here. Most of them are still wandering in the dark chambers. My boss really scolded me when I got back into the office. I laughed at the lame joke. He probably told it 1,000 times. At the entrance, I raised my eyes to the top of the dark tower. It was solid stone. No windows except for a tiny square near the very top. People were actually imprisoned here, I thought. Real people, hundreds of years ago. I suddenly wondered if the castle was haunted. Now? Oh, did you cut your hair? Does it look short? It's because it's curled. I did have it trimmed after I had the extensions removed because like the endings were kind of like weak, so it had it trimmed back a little bit. But now it's just curled, so that's why it looks shorter. Though you can't really fucking tell. I probably should have went with crimped. I was gonna do either this or crimped, but I wanted to try this out. It already went flat. Oh well. I need to get better styling stuff. I tried to read the serious expression on my brother's face. I wondered if Eddie was having the same chilling thoughts. We stepped up to the dark entranceway. Turn around, Eddie, I said. I took a big step back and pulled my camera. Oh, turn around, Eddie, I said. I took a step back and pulled my camera from around my coat pocket. Let's go in, Eddie pleaded. The others are getting ahead of us. I just want to take a picture of you at the castle entrance, I said. I raised the camera to my eye. Eddie made a dumb face, and I pressed the shutter release and snapped a picture. I had no way of knowing that this would be the last picture I would ever take of Eddie. I bet that's a lie. I bet that sentence is just ignored by the end of the book. I bet it, unless he turns into like a bird, like that last book. What the fuck? What book was that? It was like a wish book, but I can't. Or it was a wish. Something about wishing. Explained some slime leaking out of the walls. I like the link. Oh, I also dyed or bleached the part of the back. It's not coming out as if I did in the earlier videos because my new job doesn't give a shit. So I can finally go back to the kind of blonde or the under blonde. Which I'm looking forward to when I like do like curls. Chapter 3. He turns into a vampire and doesn't show up on camera. Be careful what you wish for. Thank you, Thanatos. Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Maybe the camera breaks and that's why it's the last one. I bet that's what it is. I was like, cop out. Fuck you. When will they teach them the safety? Well, they have to get down there first. Come on, man. I mean, it probably should have been before the tour started that they had all that out of the way, but it's fine. They'll figure it out. These kids aren't gonna make it to the torture chamber anyway. They're gonna like chase a butterfly because both these kids have ADHD. Mr. Starks led the way down a narrow stairway. Our sneakers squeaked on the stone floors. We stepped into a large, dimly lit chamber. I took a deep breath and waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The air smelled old and dusty. I think he means musty. It was surprisingly warm inside. I unzipped my coat and pulled my long brown hair out from under the collar. I could see several display cases against the wall. Mr. Starks led the way to a large wooden structure in the skirt of the room. The skirt of the room. It says, it quite literally says, Mr. Starks led the way to a large wooden structure in the, and it says CRT of the room. I think that's supposed to be center of the room, but we're missing some letters here, and one of them, and two of them are in the wrong spot. The group huddled closely around him. "Oi, this is wreck," he proclaimed, waving his red pendant at it. "Wow, it's real," I whispered to Eddie. I'd seen big torture devices like this in movies and comic books, but never thought they really existed. Why wouldn't you think that? Like, humans are barbaric, dude. They ran out of page space. Maybe not use the same word over and over again. Oh, that's another thing. We have to catch what word the word of the day in this is. Because we already got the 12-year-old. We already got the 12-year-old being an asshole. Like, dunking on adults' looks. Annoying younger sibling. You got that too. Wait, have we ever gotten somebody who had an older sibling, or is it always, or is the actor is the protagonist in all these books that we have seen has always been the older sibling? Because I don't remember one where there was like a grown up or like an older sibling. It's always been. Glad they proofread the book. Maybe Court, but Court of the Room? I don't know. I have no idea what word he was trying to say there. Or maybe corner? But there's no T in corner unless that one's silent and I just don't, maybe, is that the way you spell it? Is it the British spelling of center? No, R.L. Stein. The prisoner was forced to lie down here, Mr. Starks continued. His arms and legs were strapped down. When that big wheel was turned, the ropes pulled his arms and legs, stretching them tight. He pointed to the big wooden wheel. Turn the wheel more, and the ropes pulled tighter. You know, ladies, Starks said, his eyes twinkling merrily. Sometimes the wheel was turned and the prisoner was stretched and stretched, with French there, until his bones were pulled right out of their sockets. He chuckled. I believe that is what they call doing a long stretch in prison. That's pretty fucking up, dude. People were tortured to death and you hear their cries and the blood-soaked walls are still pungent with the smell of the iron of the blood. I'm beginning to think he really did murder his last tour group. Oh. Someone's getting too into it. Hey. You wanted me to get into it, and I'm getting into it. Do Russian? Oh, fuck, I can't even do a British one. Laugh, kids, laugh. It's funny. I said laugh. I need someone to pull on my socket. I need to get one of those circle things that you, like, put your back on and then roll so it'll pop your back. Because, man, my back hurts. Some of the group members laughed at Mr. Stark's joke, but Eddie and I exchanged solemn glances. I think this guy's gonna fucking kill us, Eddie. Did they say this main character's name? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure they did, but I don't remember her name. Staring at the long wooden contraption with its thick ropes and straps, I pictured someone lying there. I imagined the creak of the wheel turning and the ropes pulling tighter and tighter. Glancing up, my eye caught a dark figure standing on the other side of the rack. He was very tall and very broad. Dressed in a long black cape, he had pulled a black wide-brim hat down over his forehead, hiding most of his face in shadow. His eyes glowed darkly from the shadow. Was he staring at me? I kind of feel like he would... Look, the next time... The next time I have a sore throat and I lose my voice, I will do Marge Simpson all day. Charmaine. Strong family name. Homer. Again, I watch Simpsons all the time. I can hear her voice, but Lord of Mighty, I cannot fucking do it. Do I look like Hank Azaria to you guys or something? Or Dan Castanella? Because those are the guys you ask. I poked Eddie. You see that man over there? The one in black? The one with the glowing red eyes that nobody seems to notice? Is he in our group? I kind of feel we would have noticed the guy with the long fangs and the scales. Eddie shook his head. I've never seen him before. He whispered back, he's weird. Why is he staring at us like that? The big man pulled the hat lower. His eyes disappeared beneath the wide brim. His black cape. He's wearing a fucking cape. Oh, he's just a weirdo thespian. He's just one of those dorks that hang out. But Hank Azaria from Birdcage, God! I think you guys just like seeing me fail. Oh no, I can't because I don't want it to sound offensive. I'm gonna sound fucking offensive. I'm trying to think how it was just a very it was like a very Florida gay voice, wasn't it? But again, thespian, good for her. Capes are cool, but like I said, he's just a dude who likes to dress up and go to the Tower of Terror and get really into his character as Count. I don't know, Ray. I don't know what he goes. See, it's ironic. My name is my name is Ray because Ray of Sunshine. Get it? Looks like a vampire. Lesbian Vegas Spanish. Lesbian Vegas. Fuck. Again, I have a million fucking gay friends. And you would think that I would... Kenneth, how the fuck do you sound? Get his ass on the phone and be like, hey, read this part for me, just like how you talk. Where the fuck was I? Mr. Starks continued to talk about the rack. He asked if there were any volunteers to try it out. Everyone laughed. Ugh. I've got to get a picture of this thing, I decided. My friends will think it's really cool. Your friends are weird. I'm about to get canceled. Well, the thing is, it's just a Valley Girl, almost. It's just a little more thespian. It's like a Valley Girl thing. That's the way my but he's also from California. Hi. Let's get some shoes. That's quite literally how he says it. It's a nice rack. I reached into my coat pocket for my camera. Hey! I cried out in surprise. I searched the other pocket, and then I searched my jeans pocket. I don't believe this! I cried. The camera was gone. Now do Peter Valley Girl Nosferatu? Oh, Jesus Christ. How the fuck do you do a Valley Girl? Because there's want to suck your blood, but how do you do this? How do you do this? I don't think I don't think you can. I do Vlad. I can do Vlad. There's a place called the Tower of Terror by Jen Chibier. Yeah, probably. You gotta make new friends somehow. Okay. Like, I'm totally an appetite and nothing more. My goodness. Shoes. Eddie, my camera! I exclaimed. Did you see? I stopped when I saw the mischievous grin on my brother's face. He held up his hand with my camera in it. Oh, whew! Crisis averted immediately. I thought for sure something was gonna happen. We were about a 2, and now we're back at a 1.5. Phew. The new Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. Oh, don't remind me. It's one of the only main reasons at the time I would go to Disneyland is so I could do the Tower of Terror. That shit was awesome. I loved it. I was so bummed when I was told that it was gonna get torn down, or not torn down, reworked to be a Guardians of the Galaxy. I still haven't gone back. I went the last year, or I went there the last year before they closed it and reworked it as a Guardians of the Galaxy. Is blood fat-free, vegan, or free-range? Probably not vegan, since it's technically an animal byproduct, and humans are part of the animal kingdom. So fat-free, and that fat-free is definitely depending on who you're preying upon there, Vladdy, because there are some people who don't have the best cholesterol. That also makes me wonder, in this day and age, if we had modern day vampires, do they address that in What We Do in the Shadows? Where they have to pick like do they have to do like test stuff? Free range? I think free range is probably the best. Is probably what that is. I haven't watched all of What We Do in the Shadow. I've only ever seen the movie, but I don't remember the movie very well. That reminds me, I should probably rewatch that. You took it from my pocket, I wailed. Wailed? Chill out. It's not gone. Twilight Zone the Ride, brought to you by John Landis. It's from a vegan. Oh wow, might even have alcohol. Oh, that's a good point too. So what happens if a vampire takes blood from an alcoholic person with bad cholesterol and some type of like blood STD? Like, what does that do to the vampire? Does it do anything? I mean, he's dead, right? We have to bring the vampire fans in here and let them duke it out and figure that out for us. Some of us might be considered edible. I like that one. Eddie burst out laughing. He really thought he was the world's greatest pickpocket. That's his hobby. Pickpocketing is not a hobby. That's a crime. You go to big boy jail if you're caught, mister. It's his hobby. Pickpocketing is not that's going to come back too, is it? Or is this just going to be a thing that never actually comes back? What if the victim has HIV? Yeah, it's like, does that mean he gets that? I would say no, just because the virus has to live in a very specific temperature. It's kind of like rabies, where like rabies can't survive in possums because they can't get rabies because their body temperature is too low, which I think is very fascinating. Crime can be a hobby. You know what? You got me there. The undead can't be sick? I guess so. Oh! Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. As I remember what a night. It's like one of my favorite songs ever. I fucking love that song. Ooh. Oh, I got a funny feeling when she walked in the room. Alright, I'm gonna stop singing. Sorry. It's gonna be stuck in my head, though. Thank you. That reminds me, I should probably listen to that song again. And that's probably all I could have sang anyway. Who knows how weird we could have been kicked off of the stream. Fastest hands on earth, he bragged, waving the camera at me. I grabbed it away from him. You're obnoxious, I told him. I don't know why he enjoys being a thief so much, but he really is good at it. When he slid that camera from my coat pocket, I didn't feel a thing. I bet his girlfriend's gonna be saying that too. And now the scream is banned for copyright. I know the stream's banned for copyright. That's what I was waiting for. Just you guys disappear. I started to tell him to keep his hands off my camera, but Mr. Starks motioned for the group to follow him into the next room. As Eddie and I hurried to keep up, I glimpsed the man in the black cape. He was lumbering up behind us, his face still hidden under the wide brim of his hat. Uh-oh. Parents didn't warn these kids about trafficking. I felt a stab of fear in my chest. Was the strange man watching Eddie and me? Why? Now, he was probably just another tourist visiting the tower, so why did I have this frightening feeling he was following us? I kept glancing back at him. I sure am! I'm really earning the $2.99 Brandon gave me, thank you. You gotta get up and walk around, mister, if you got pins and needles. I mean, it's not a great feeling, but it's something, unfortunately, that's what you gotta do. I kept glancing back at him as Eddie and I studied the displays of torture devices in the next room. The man didn't seem interested in the displays at all. He kept near the wall, his black cape fading into the deep shadows, his eyes straight ahead on us. Look at these, Eddie urged, pushing me towards a display shelf. What are these? Thumb screws. Or maybe I can do stupid monkeys. Do Frieza thumb screws. Or maybe do Rita Repulsa. Ah! See, it slides down your thumb like this. I'm gonna fuck up my voice trying to do all this. These damn Power Rangers. It's the 90s. I mean, it's around the time. He slid the wide metal ring over his thumb. Then he raised his hand so we could see it clearly. What is he doing touching these things? You're not supposed to be touching the displays. Nash stinks. I've had it for years. It's my favorite one. After 15 seconds, I'm free. Those cussed Power Rangers thought they could hide in London, did they? Elizabeth, I'm not sure. Who's... That name sounds familiar. Am I dumbass? Is that the actress who plays Rita Repulsa in the movie? Is it? Oh shit! I can't even talk right today. Dragon Ball Z Kai Frieza. Does he really? See, I only watched it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't think I even. Did I get far enough in Dragon Ball Z Kai when Frieza showed up? And did I watch it in... I can't remember if I watched it in the original Japanese or if I just watched it in English. And I didn't finish it. I got past Goku Black. But I can't really remember very much of the series. I need to go back and watch it again. I remember really liking it. But I do remember the animation was really doofy early on. And I was like, what the fuck is happening with this animation after all this time? Oh, it's on your end? Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. Ugh. He then raised his hand so we could see clearly. There is... Oh, shit. Yeah, you're what... Brandon, you missed me struggling through a British accent. Oh. There's a screw in the side of the ring. You turn the screw, and it digs deeper into your... deeper into your thumb. Keep turning it and it digs deeper and deeper and deeper. Ouch! I declared, yes, ouch. That my thoughts exactly. Very nasty. Very nasty. As of my wife, Mr. Starks agreed. Jesus fucking Christ, Jen. Setting the thumb screw back on display shelf. This is whole room very nasty items, yes? now I'm NoHo Hank. Everybody, wait, is it NoHo? Yeah, NoHo Hank from Barry. Maybe I should just do this, you guys. It'll be much easier. This is the way I really talk, by the way. I was holding it back the whole time. I can only do... Oh, now I sound drunk. Nary by ball, right? It's pain in my testicle. This whole room has very nasty items, yes? I can't believe people are actually tortured with this stuff, Eddie murmured. His voice trembled. He really didn't like scary things, especially when they were real. I wish I had a pair of these to use on you, I teased. Eddie is such a wimp. He doesn't like having his thumbs broken. Sometimes I can't help myself. I have to give him a hard time. I reached behind the rope barrier and picked up the metal handcuffs? They were heavier than I imagined, and they had a jagged row of metal spikes all around the inside. Jesus. Sue. Oh, Sue. Her name's Sue. A boy named Sue. Put those down, Eddie whispered frantically. I slipped one around my wrist. See, Eddie, when you clamp it shut, the jagged spikes cut into your wrist. Why would you want to put it... Oh, my God. I let out a startled gasp as the heavy metal cuff clicked shut. Ow! I screamed as blood rushed from my artery. This is the ultimate showdown to read this one scholastic book, seriously. I do horrible, terrible renditions of accents, and she bled to death. The end. Close. Oh, that was a quick one. Eddie, help! I can't get it off. It's cutting me. It's cutting me. Chill out, lady. God. What kind of pansy doesn't like being tortured? Exactly, Lex. Exactly. Chapter 5. Oh, a horrified moan escaped Eddie's throat as he gaped at the cuff around my wrist. His mouth dropped open and his chin started to quiver. You know, every single time I've been to any type of museum like this shit is behind glass, and there's people watching to make sure this kind of stuff doesn't happen. This seems like a liability. Just leaving these torture devices out where 12-year-olds can fuck with them. Get drunk enough, you go right back to being sober. 3 hours later, chapter 2. Hey, you want it? Hey, Silent Hill F was getting bored for you, so I'm throwing you a fun stream. And excuse me, we're on chapter 5. We only have 20 chapters to go. Thank you very much, and it's been an hour. His mouth dropped open and his chin started to quiver. Help me, I wailed, thrashing my arm frantically, tugging at the chain. Get me out of this! Eddie turned as white as a ghost. I couldn't keep a straight face any longer, and I started to laugh. And I slid the handcuffs off my wrist. That's another thing. Playing shitty, cruel jokes is also kind of a repeated theme in Goosebumps books. They walk into a room with ball gags and riding crops. Mr. Stark's like, sorry, this isn't part of the tour. You go back down that way. Didn't governor, whatever. Oh, that was not a complaint. I know you were teasing. I was just teasing back. Got you back, you jerk, I jeered. That's for stealing my camera. Now we're even. Eddie sputtered. His dark eyes glowered at me. Do 12-year-olds know what glowered means? That's actually a surprisingly, advanced word. I really thought you were hurt, he murmured. Don't do that again, Sue. I mean it. I stuck my tongue out at him. I know it wasn't very mature. My brother doesn't always bring out the best in me. Follow me, please. Dr. Stark. I was going to say Dr. Stark. Mr. Stark's voice echoed off into the stone walls. Eddie and I moved closer as our tour group huddled around Mr. Stark's. We're going to climb the stairs to the North Tower now, the tour guide announced. As you will see, the stairs are quite narrow and deep, so we will have to go single file, please. Watch your step. Mr. Starks ducked his bald head as he led the way through a long, narrow doorway. Eddie and I were at the end of the line. The stone stairs twisted up the tower like a corkscrew. There was no hand railing, and the stairs were so deep and so twisty, I had to hold onto the wall to keep my balance as I climbed. The air grew warmer as we made our way higher. So many feet had climbed these ancient stones that the stairs were worn smooth and the edges rounded. It was probably like bowed, too. I don't feel so good. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. That scene actually kind of made me gasp. I was like, whoa, why? why are you playing this so... I know you're a 15-year-old kid, Spider-Man, but Jesus Christ, that scene upset me. Payback for taking her camera. I know, right? They could pick up on the context. These reading streams are more of an endurance match for Jenny. See how long she can stay on. Not good. I'm not good at this. It's kind of like it's a task that you're like, I gotta do it, but I don't really want to do it. And then like you go and do other stuff, like I know I gotta do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm just kidding. I find these just as fun as you guys do. Tom Holland is too handsome not to cry. I mean, he's a great dancer too. I watched that one Umbrella video of him and Zanaya doing. What did she do? Who the hell did she do? I had it and I lost it. But he does the Rihanna song. That shit is. He's also British. I know. I know. Right when I brought him up, I was like, "Fuck, someone's gonna bring up the fact that he's British." Ugh. I tried to imagine prisoners being marched up these stairs to the top of the tower. Their legs must have trembled with fear. Up ahead, Eddie made his way slowly, peering up at the soot-covered stone walls. "It's too dark," he complained, turning back to me. "Hurry up, Sue. Don't get too far behind." My coat brushed against the stone wall as I climbed. I'm pretty skinny, but the stairway was so narrow I kept bumping into the sides. After climbing for what seemed like hours, we stopped at a landing. Straight ahead of us was a small, dark cell behind metal bars. This was a cell in which political prisoners were oh, sorry. I don't know why I thought she was the one. She's like, yeah, I know this part. Yeah, bring a light. This... sorry. This is cell where political prisoners were held, yeah? Mr. Stark told us enemies of King were brought here. You see it, you see it. It was not most comfortable in the world, you see. Not comfortable. No, how you say, couches. No couches. It's a funny joke. Enemies of the king were brought here. You can see that it's not the most comfortable place in the world. Moving closer, I saw that the cell contained only a small stone bench and a wooden writing table. At least they got something to write on, but I guess it... It sure was nice of our Stan to invite us over for some monster blood. Eh, Luigi? Oh, you said it, Mario. I hate that I know that reference. Thanks for reminding me that exists. God damn it. Oh my goodness. What happened to the prisoners? A white lady, or a white-haired woman, asked Mr. Starks. Did they stay in this cell for years and years? No, Mr. Stark replied, rubbing his chin. Most of them were beheaded. I felt a chill at my back, my neck. I stepped up to the bars and peered into the smallest cell. Wait! Nobody told us when we went to this torture chamber that they were going to be killed here. I thought this was like a fun place to go to. Like, why are you surprised? Murder? In this torture dungeon? That's disgusting. I would like my whatever the amount of money that I paid to get on this tour group back. Let's see here. Where did I go? Oh, here we go. Real people stood in the cell, I thought. Real people held onto these bars and stared out, sat at that little writing table, paced back and forth in that narrow space, waiting to meet their fate. Swallowing hard, I glanced at my brother. I could see that he was just as horrified as I was. We have not yet reached the top of the tower yet, Mr. Starks announced. Let us continue the climb. Should it be D-headed? Doesn't sound like being beheaded should be them putting the head on you. D-headed. Unalive-headed. The stone steps became steeper as we made our way up the curved stairway. I trailed my hand along the walls as I followed Eddie to the top. As I climbed, I suddenly had the strangest feeling that I had been here before, that I had followed the twisted stairs, that I had climbed the top of this ancient tower before. Of course that was impossible. Eddie and I have never been to England before in our lives. The feeling stayed with me as our tour group crowded into a tiny chamber at the top. Had I seen this tower in a movie? Had I seen pictures of it in a magazine? What magazine would have like an editorial on this torture chamber that a 12-year-old would be reading? Like Tiger Beat had a section on the Tower of Terror and had pictures and everything. Bro, guys, this was a totally gnarly... I don't know how anybody talked in the night. This is totally gnarly. I'm just going based off of Ninja Turtles. Bro! You rancid reptiles. I can't... Definitely can't do a Shredder. Where the fuck did I shook my head as if trying to shake away the strange, troubling thoughts. Then I stepped up beside Eddie and gazed around the tiny room. A small square window high above our heads allowed a wash of gloomy gray light to filter down over us. The rounded walls were bare, lined with cracks and dark stains. The ceiling was low, so low that Mr. Starks and some of the other adults had to duck their heads. Perhaps you can feel the sadness in this room, Mr. Starks said softly. We all huddled closer to hear him better. Eddie stared up at the window, his expression somber. This is the tower room where a young prince and princess were brought, Mr. Stark continued solemnly. It was the early 15th century. The prince and princess, Edward and Susanna of York, were locked in this tiny tower. He waved the red pennant in a circle. We all followed it, gazing around the small, cold room. Imagine 2 children, grabbed away from their home, locked away, in the drab chill of this cell at the top of the tower. Mr. Stark's voice remained just above a whisper. I suddenly felt cold. I zipped my coat back up. Eddie had his hands shoved deep in his jean pockets. His eyes grew wide with fear as he gazed around the tiny dark room. The prince and princess weren't up here for very long, Mr. Starks continued, lowering the pendant to his side. That night, while they slept, the Lord High Executioner and his men crept up to the stairs. Their orders were to smother the 2 children, to keep the prince and princess from ever taking the throne. Mr. Stark shut his eyes and bowed his head. The silence in the room seemed to grow heavy. Smothered them. Did you get your issue of Goa Illustrated yet? It's so 90s. Oh, is it? Oh, my bad. Times Tower of the Year. Kids are likely to stick their necks out for anyone. In true protagonist of a Goosebumps book form. Medieval Torture Monthly. Every girl in California read it. So Knights of Lancelot the Knight, whatever. I that's the only goddamn knight I could think of off the top of my head. As he sits in his shining armor. This guy will fuck your wife. Bye, Static. It was lovely seeing you again. I'm sorry you didn't get very far in the story. The only sound was a wisp. Oh. The silence in the room seemed to grow heavy. No one moved. No one spoke. The only sound was a whisper of wind through the tiny window above our heads. I shut my eyes, too. I tried to picture a boy and a girl, frightened and alone, trying to sleep in this cold stone room. The doors burst open. Strange men break in. They don't say a word, and they rush to smother the boy and girl. Right in this room. Right where I'm standing right now, I thought. I opened my eyes. Eddie was gazing at me, his expression troubled. This is really scary, he whispered. Yeah, I agreed. Mr. Stark started to tell us more, but the camera fell out of my hand. It shattered noisily on the stone floor. I bent to pick it up. Oh, Eddie, look, the lens broke, I cried. Shh. I missed what Mr. Stark said about the prince and princess being smothered, Eddie protested. But my camera. shook it. I don't know why. It's not like shaking it would fix the lens. What did he say? Did you hear? Eddie demanded. I shook my head. Sorry, I missed it. We walked over to the low cot against the wall. You can probably ask him to repeat himself, you know. There's only like 5 of you on this fucking tour. He walked... the 3-legged wooden stool stood beside him, the only furniture in the chamber. Did the prince and princess sit here, I wondered? Did they stand on the bed and try to see out the window? What did they talk about? Did they wonder what was going to happen to them? Did they talk about the fun things they would do when they were freed? When they returned home? Oh, that's sad. It was all so sad, so horribly sad. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for sending us here. I stepped up to the cot and rested my hand on it. It felt hard. Black markings on the wall caught my eye. Writings? Had the prince or princess left a message on the wall? I leaned over the cot and squinted at the markings. No messages. Just cracks in the stone. Sue, come on, Eddie urged. He tugged my arm. Okay, I replied impatiently. I ran my hand over the cot again. It felt so lumpy and hard, so uncomfortable. I gazed up at the window. The gray light had darkened to black. Dark as night out there. The stone wall suddenly seemed to close in on me. I felt as if I was in a dark closet, a cold, frightening closet. I imagined the wall squeezing in, choking me, smothering me. Is that how the prince and princess felt? Was I feeling the same fear they had known they've known hundreds of years ago? With a heavy sigh, I let go of the cot and turned to Eddie. Let's get out of here, I said in a trembling voice. This room is just too frightening, too sad. We turned away from the cot, took a few steps toward the stairs, and stopped. Hey! We both cried out in surprise. Mr. Starks and the tour group had disappeared. There's only one place they could have gone, guys. They went back downstairs. Just follow him down. I mean, granted, he's a bad tour guide if he's just letting 2 kids wander this torture dungeon alone, but... It is what it is. Ooh. Chapter 6. Where did they go? Eddie cried in a shrill, startled voice. They just left us here. They must be on their way back downstairs, I told him. I gave him a gentle push. Just go. Eddie lingered close to me. You go first, he insisted quietly. You're not scared, are you? I teased, all alone in the terror tower. You know, where 2 young children were smothered to death by adults because they didn't want them to take the throne. When they probably could have just, you know, the king could have just changed the laws because they could probably have done that back then. Just say, hey, from now on, I don't want these 2, unless, oh wait, it was probably, they probably were usurping, now that I think about it, unless the king was just that dumb, which might be the case, actually. Darling, what do you think about sending the kids to absorb the macabre bloodstained history of merry old England? I mean... Before I realized that it was closed a couple years back, I did want to go to the Museum of Death. And where the hell was that? It was somewhere in California. I think it was LA or something, or Santa Monica. I can't remember. I only know a handful of places in California. I don't know why I enjoyed teasing my little brother so much. Didn't you already say this in a previous chapter? I knew he was scared. I was a little scared too, but I just couldn't help it. As I said, Eddie doesn't always bring out the best in me. Well, then stop dating. I'm sorry. That wasn't even a joke. For that 1 second, I forgot they were siblings. It was closed temporarily because they moved. So I got all the way there, and I was the Uber driver. He's like, "Are you sure you want to get off here?" Because like it was not a good part of town, and it looked closed. And then we had to end up looking online and calling them. They're like, "Well, yeah, we're closed right now because we're getting ready to move." So when I was there, it closed. It seemed really cool. It's just it was just closed the last time I was there a couple years ago, and I just haven't been back in that like old stomping ground. I led the way to the twisted stairs. As I peered down, they seemed even darker and steeper. Why didn't we hear them leave? Eddie demanded. Why'd they leave so fast? Probably because you're both fucking annoying. It's late, I told him. I think Mr. Starks was eager to get everybody on the bus and back to their hotels. The tower closes at 5. This tower has hours, I think. I glanced. I realize it's a tourist attraction at this point, but it's just kind of funny to say, this castle closes at 5. We have to leave. Uh-oh. The tower closes at 5, I think. I glanced at my watch. It was 5:20. Well, then it wouldn't close at 5. Maybe it's 5:30 or 6. Hurry, Eddie pleaded. I don't want to be locked in. This place gives me the creeps. Me too, I confessed. Squinting in the darkness, I started down the steps. My sneakers slid on the landing just below us. My hands swept through something soft and sticky. Cobwebs. Yuck. I could hear Eddie's rapid breathing beneath me. The bus will wait. The bus will wait for us, I told him. Just stay calm. Mr. Starks won't drive off without us. Is anybody down there? I screamed. Can anybody hear me? His shrill voice echoed down the narrow stone stairwell. No reply. Where are the guards? Eddie demanded. It's a great question, actually. Eddie, please don't get worked up, I pleaded. It's late. The guards are probably closing up. Mr. Starks will be waiting for us down there, I promise you. We stepped into the pale light of the protested as he pointed frantically. I saw at once what was troubling him. There were 2 stairways leading down, one to the left of the cell and one to the right. That's strange, I uttered, glancing from one to the other. I don't remember a second stairway. Well, which one is the right one? He stammered. I hesitated. I'm not sure, I replied. I stepped over to the one on the right and peered down. I couldn't see very far because it curved so sharply. Which one? Which one? I repeated. I don't think it matters, I told him. I mean, they both lead down, right? I motioned for him to follow me. You don't remember if the 2 things you went down curved or not? Because I think I would remember if it was like a heavily curved, like, stone way, but... Meanwhile, Mrs. Starks changed the sign X days since child was lost. Uh-oh. It's weird hearing an annoying kid named Eddie, because that's my name. Wait, I've met way too many annoying kids named Alex to find it unusual. Oh. It's good to be in friendly company. Oh, where'd we go? Come on, I think this is the one we took when we were climbing up. I took one step down, then stopped. I heard footsteps, heavy footsteps, coming up the stairs. Eddie grabbed my arm. Who's that? He whispered. Probably Mr. Starks, I told him. He should be coming back up to us. Eddie breathed a long sigh of relief. Mr. Starks, is that you? I called down. Silence, except for the approaching footsteps. Mr. Starks? I called in a tiny voice. When the figure appeared in the stairway below, I could see at once it wasn't our tour guide. Oh, I uttered a startled cry. I uttered a startled cry as the huge man with the black cape stepped into view. Oh, great! Now he's gonna corner us and talk to us about fucking I can see. He's gonna talk about medieval torture chambers and why Ghost of Yukai or whatever the name of the thing is, she should have had bigger boobs. Just for hours. I was like, we don't even know what this is. This is 1996. The game doesn't come out until the future, you weirdo. His face was still hidden in the darkness, but his eyes glowed like burning coals can you see his eyes or not? Are they glowing, or is this... if his eyes are shadowed, then they have to be, like, literally glowing. They're about to get Guy fucked up. Guy fucked up. That's a good one. There's that milady. That's all I can see, because the way they were describing him, I was like, this just sounds like that one guy from the meme, and he's just wearing a cape. I don't even know what is a PlayStation? Is that one of the torture chamber or torture things? I don't know what that is. Oh, great, the one time traveler we have, and it's you. You smell like Mountain Dew and bacon grease, bro. And I barely know what, yeah, Mountain Dew was in the 90s, right? Is this, oh, his face was still hidden, but his eyes glowed like burning coals as he glared up at Eddie and me from under the black, wide-brimmed hat. I was joking, I didn't realize he was wearing a hat. Or maybe I read that and it just didn't compute. Is this the way down? I stammered. He didn't reply. He didn't move. His eyes burned into mine. I struggled to see his face, but he kept it hidden in the shadow of the hat, pulled lower over his forehead. I took a deep breath and tried again. Hey man, we got separated from our group. They must be waiting for us. Is this the way down? Or not? He didn't reply. He just glared up at us menacingly. Menacingly! He's so big, I realized. He blocks the entire stairway. Sir, I started. My brother and I, he raised a hand. A huge hand covered in a black glove. He pointed at us. And then he showed us his katana. You will come with me now, he growled. I just stared at him. I didn't understand. He moved his cape to reveal his anime bleached shirt. You will come with me now, he repeated. I do not want to hurt you. If you try to escape, you will leave me no choice. I will use my karate ninja skills on you. And you don't want to see that side of me. How old are you? Sorry. Chapter 7. Eddie let out a sharp gasp. My mouth dropped open as the man edged closer, and then I realized who he was. You're a guard here, right? I asked. He didn't reply. You scared me, I said, letting out a shrill laugh. I mean, that costume and everything, you do work here, right? He stepped forward, bringing his black gloved hands up in front of him, moving his fingers. Look, I'm sorry we're really late, I continued. We lost our group, and I guess you want to close up so you can go home. He took another step closer, his eyes flared darkly. You know why I'm here. He snarled. No, I don't. My words were cut off as he grabbed me by the shoulder. Hey, let go of her, Eddie cried. While you were touring these towers, I was studying the blade. You must beat me 3 times in Magic the Gathering. But the caped man grabbed my brother too. His gloved fingers dug sharply into my shoulders. Nothing personnel, kid. Teleports behind you. Hey, I cried out in pain. I didn't know he could teleport. He backed us against the cold stone wall. I caught a glimpse of his face, hard and angry. A long, sharp nose, thin lips twisted into a snarl in his eyes. The cold, glowing eyes. It's called a shuriken. A shuriken eye, he said darkly. Let us go, Eddie demanded bravely. We have to meet our group. We don't care about Lolicon. God, the cold glowing eyes. We have to meet our group. We're leaving. You can't keep us here. I don't want to duel you, all right? I don't even know. I barely know what Yu-Gi-Oh is. He ignored our pleas. Do not move, he uttered in a low growl. Stand there. Do not try to escape, because again, poop, I have the katana of Kurosawa. I bet you don't even know what that is, because you're a girl. I'm starting... Why did I make this dude? Stay back! I have soap! I have deodorant and not Axe body spray, motherfucker! Listen, sir, if we've done something wrong, my voice trailed off. I watched him reach into the folds of his cape. Oh, good. At least it was his cape that the folds he was reaching into. He struggled for a moment and then pulled... Oh, God, what is he pulling out? At first, I thought they were rubber balls. rubber balls, 3 of them, but then it clicked. They were Beyblades. We were gonna battle. At first I thought the rubber balls. God damn it. He's got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling disc on his threaten them with Exodia. Blue eyes, white dragon, go! I still can't believe I know too much about Yu-Gi-Oh! I think. Oh no, they're not rubber. But they certainly look like it, don't they, kids? But as he clicked them together, I realized he was holding smooth white stones. What's going on here? I asked myself. Is he crazy? Is he dangerous? Yes. It's time to duel. Listen, sir, Eddie started. We have to go now. Don't move, the cape man screamed. He shoved his cape violently behind him. He did this. He flung it. Don't move and don't make a sound. You have my final warning. Don't make me make a YouTube video about you kids in 15 years. I will summon Exodia. Exodia, that's impossible. No one's ever been able to summon him. Unless you're cheating. I'm not cheating. I'm just that good. You losers just don't know what it's like to be as high IQ, high value man. It's like, we're 12. Why? Just let us go. We don't care. I don't know what any of this means. It's time to go to the shadow realm. What have I unlocked in the fucking chat? Oh my god. Eddie and I exchanged glances. My back against the stone wall, I tried edging slowly towards the nearest the nearest stairway. Well, I mean, just make a break for it. The guy's probably wearing the samurai shoes. So he probably can barely stand in them, let alone run in them, so I mean, go for it. Please let us go. We don't know what cosplay is. Do you like my Sasuke shirt? Underneath my anime bleach shirt? Mumbling to himself, the man concentrated on the 3 smooth white stones. He piled one on top of the other. He let out an angry cry as one of the stones fell on the floor. Ugh! You made me drop my stones! Stupid woman! She's like, I'm 12! I'm still a girl! Still a kid! Can we please go? It bounced once and slid across the sleek floor. Now's our chance, I thought. I shoved Eddie towards the other stairwell. Run! Thank you. Yes, see? Just run. He's not gonna catch you. He doesn't want to scuff up his samurai shoes. He's Kuso! It's like, you know one Japanese word that doesn't count knowing Japanese, motherfucker. Do not move, the man bellowed, grabbing up the stone. You need to come back here and watch me stack my balls. I warned you, you cannot escape me. My brother's eyes were bugging out of his head, but he didn't have to be told twice to run. Stop! The caped man bellowed. The booming voice followed us as we scrambled down, stumbling on the twisting, curving stairs, our hands trailing against the cold stone of the tower wall. Down, down, turning so fast my head spun. But as I squinted in the dim light and forced myself not to be dizzy, not to fall, not to give in to the terror that rose up over me, my camera fell out of my coat pocket. It clattered to on the stairs. I didn't stop. It was broken anyway. Yeah, but I mean, the film's probably still good. Are you with Naruto or Itachi? Tell me now! Tell me if you like Sonic with the blue arms or the skin-colored arms! Tell me! It will determine your fate! Keep going, Eddie urged. Keep going, we're almost out of here. Or were we? The climb down seemed so much longer. Our sneakers slapped against the stone steps, but even louder were the heavy footsteps of the caped man behind us. Oh, he's gonna Jimmy Buffett if he runs. I was like, there's a reason they say no capes in Incredible. They're gonna like get under his shoes and he's gonna tumble down. He's gonna turn into the boulder from Indiana Jones. These poor kids, man. They just wanted to see some torture devices. There's gotta be a more polite way to ask if someone wants to play marbles. Come back here, you brats! Hot Rod did not kill Optimus Prime! They're like, we don't know what that is! Who is he? Why is he chasing us and why is he so angry? Is there anything you do like that doesn't involve you complaining about it? The only way to ask him is to come off as an overbearing creep. Oh, is that the etiquette to play marbles? You have to be a real fucking cringe. And no time for answers. The big gray door rose up in front of us before we could stop. Eddie and I both ran right into it. The exit! We're here! I stammered. I could hear the rumble of the man's footsteps above us of the stairway, coming closer and closer. We're out! I thought, we're safe! Eddie shoved the door hard with his shoulder and shoved it again. He turned to me. We're locked in! We're locked in! No! I screamed, push! Push! I don't want to hear about any more anime! I only liked Sailor Moon at the time! I don't want him to talk to me about the Studio Ghibli park and show off all the pictures he got of the girls' panties. Please just let us out. Let us out. I will be literally tortured. That would be less painful than sticking it out with. What's a really good it's a good name to give this dude. The door didn't budge. We could hear him coming forth. Come back here, Su-chan and Eddie-chan. You must listen to me. The man lumbered closer, so close we could hear his mutterings. Su-chan! We're trapped! He's caught us! We're stuck with him now. I summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh god, he's gonna show us his collection of t-shirts with the howling wolves and the moon. Which, admittedly, I think those are kind of fun. Sniper Dragon 420. I could just call him Edlord, I guess. Of course, he has the XXs on either side. Todd-sama. I am Todd-sama, and you will respect me and the blade. One more try, I managed to choke out. Eddie and I turned back to the door. Stay there, the Cape Man commanded. I want to introduce you to my waifu. You're like, oh god, was he carrying that body pillow this whole time? Where'd that come from? Stay there, stay there. But Eddie and I gave the door one more desperate shove, and it finally moved, scraping the stone floor as it slid open. Eddie sucked in his breath and pushed through the opening, and then I squeezed through. Panting hard, we shoved the door shut behind us. Don't call me Todd. It's Todd-sama. Todd, it's a form of respect, and I will be respected. It was like, well, technically it should be your last name. I don't want to use my last name. My last name is Butts. You're not calling me Butts-sama, all right? It's Todd. Not Todd. All right, Butts-sama. Panting hard, we shoved the door shut behind us, and the door had a long metal bar on the outside. They're gonna lock the weave-in. I slid it all the way, bolted it, locking the caped man inside. They're like, finally, we defeated him. Defeated Todd-sama. Okay, Butts-sama. I will be respected! We could hear him screaming on the other side. Then he started pushing Pokemon cards from underneath the... We don't know what this is about. Is it a threat? What is this? It just says water, and there's like a picture of a thing, or like a circle. What does this mean? I don't know. Ew, it's wet! Ew! I cried, spinning away from the door, but we weren't outside. Oh no! We were in a huge dark room. And the cruel voice in the room with us, a man's voice laughing softly, told me that we weren't out of trouble. He's like, you think you could lock me in here? I spent my whole life behind locked doors. Every girl I've ever wanted to date has slammed their door in my face. You will respect me. Hey! Hey! Are you listening? Hey! Girl! Kids! Girl! Hey! It's probably the most strange stream I've been in a while. So, I'm so sorry, but the cape just it clicked in my. It's just a caricature of a person. Like, everybody has met this person. My person that was like this, because we're on chapter 9, so we take a quick break and tell you a quick story. I used to go, and maybe I told this before. I used to go to this little comic shop in high school. I would pedal my ass on my little bike kind of pretty far, because where my dad lived at the time didn't have one near me, so I had to go pretty decent way away. And I was in there one day, and there was a girl that I would sometimes see, and I didn't really like her because she was one of the types that were very, like, pick me. She's like, ugh, you don't know this, and this. And I was like, no, I don't read this fucking comic book. Sorry. I'm trying to read my Marvel comics and pick up the DC comics for a friend of mine. And I also would like to get some of these anime mangas. Sorry. I would get some of these mangas, and I would like this. Actually, I think that's where I got it. It's somewhere back there, but that's the same place I got a Majora's Mask figure of young Link on top of baby Epona. And I walked in, and she was listening to something, and I was just there to collect my box. And there were other people in there, very stereotype milady type folks, and I'm just not really paying attention to them because I had just pedaled without any water, and I was very, very tired and overheated. Oh, I used to love reading Marvel. That was Marvel was my jam back then. DC I would read on occasion, but that was usually my friend saying, hey, read this. Oh, and Spawn. I used to really like Spawn too. I used to get those comics. And she's listening to something that I immediately recognized, but I couldn't place. And it was a score of a movie. And I was sitting there, and I'm looking at the anime figures with the dudes across from me. And I turn around and I go, wait. I was like, is this the Princess Mononoke soundtrack? And she goes, oh, it's the Mononoke Hime soundtrack. Yes. And then I hear this fucking dork behind me. He's like, oh my god, that's the first time I ever heard anybody say it right. I was like, what? I said the title right in English, dude. All she did was say Princess Mononoke in fucking Japanese. I was like, you assholes. It pissed, I don't know why, but it still pissed me off, because I was like, ugh. But it got me. Like, I was raging the whole time. I was pedaling my little shitty $30 bike that I had with my backpack filled with my books. So I was like, I know what Princess Mononoke is. It's like, stupid jerks. But I will never forget that exchange. He's like, wow, I never heard anybody say it right before. Oh, God. I was like, excuse me, I did not just ride my bike for almost an hour to get to you to be treated like this. Oh, and the funny thing is, I know for a fact she did not like those people. There was no way that this girl would be, like, falling over herself for them. So they were probably annoying to her, but she still felt the need to be an asshole. Asshole to me. Elitists are bad, but elitist weebs are absolutely insufferable. Oh, God. It was rough. My poor little 17-year-old self, I was just like, this is bullshit. Fuck bullshit, man. I knew what this is. She's like, did you not just see me buy like $70 worth of comics and a little figure and everything? Like, why do I keep patronizing this place? They clearly don't appreciate me. But there were a couple cool people that worked there. It's just, it kind of sucked because every time I had the ability to go there, it was almost always that chick. And something similar happened when I worked at a, like I think I was 16. One of my first jobs was working at a very, it was like the only, I didn't even know they were honestly, when I applied for the job, I just wanted to work there because I thought it was fascinating. It was a video rental place with a like a game store next to it, but it wasn't Hollywood Video and what is it, Game Crazy? Because by then they were long gone. They were gone, but whoever it was just took the corpse of it and then just took. I was like, yeah, because if Hollywood Video didn't make it, you guys will totally make it, right? And they didn't. They closed within the year. It was, they deserved it too because the owners were pieces of shit. But anyway, I just wanted to work in the game store, and it was just for extra money, and it was the closest place I could work next to where my school was. And I guess before I was hired, there was another girl that worked at the game store, and she was fired, but at this time I don't remember why. And she blamed me, someone who had no idea. I didn't know any of these people. I just applied and they hired me. And I guess she was dating the manager of that place, so he didn't like me immediately. Again, why? I was like, I'm a teenage kid just looking for some spare cash after school so I could pedal my stupid bike an hour from there and get berated at a store that I just wanted cocks at. I was like, I just wanted some spending money. And I thought working at a game store would be cool, little did I know. And this chick would come into the store and just try to bully me, but I was kind of an aloof person, and I was like, I didn't care. Oh, hi, Spyro Man. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you. I hope you're still here. If you're not, I apologize for not saying hi. But it was weird. Like she's like, hey, I like shooting games. Can you tell me what type of shooting games would be really good for me, a girl who's clearly superior than you? Oh, thank you. But I don't see. I never understood that mentality because I've always been a girl's girl. I've always been like, yay! Like, obviously not every girl. I'm not gonna support those two bitches, but being berated, it wasn't always like that. Like I said, I think just with general public anyway, it's just the way it is. But the thing that cracks me up, and because the other people love me, the other coworkers at the game store and at the rental place, which, by the way, this was 2010, 11. It was 10, no, maybe like 2009. I'm trying to remember. But anyway, it was way past like blockbusters and shit. So that's why I was just more intrigued. I was like, I can't believe that something like this exists, and it was quite literally gone within the year. But it was just kind of weird. But they liked me. They hated the manager, and the manager apparently, and it wasn't until after this person mentioned it that you could see it. Like, you could see this tattoo. This person was a white fella, the manager, and he had a very prominent tattoo that looked kind of off. I don't know why it was there, and I don't want to say what it was because I don't want to out. They're not gonna know, but it was a character. And the coworker told me that when this motherfucker started, he had a certain symbol that a mustache man tended to really like. And I guess the owners were like, hey man, you gotta like wear long sleeves or something, because I guess they were cool with him wearing that. So immediately, I mean, I didn't like him before, but after that I was like, fuck this dude. So after when you would see it, if the light caught the new tattoo in a certain way, because I guess he thought it was easier than wearing a long sleeve, you could still see it. Bad guy logo tattoo, exactly. Like, first of all, who the fuck, where did you go to get that tattoo? But yeah, when the light would hit in a certain way, it was very clearly, you could see it, because it must have been like he took like a what is it, like the prison tat type thing, so it was too deep, and it like scarred shitty, so even like a cover-up tattoo, you could still fucking see it. And it was wild. I could tell you so many fucking stories about that job, and I was only there for I think it was 2 or 3 months. It wasn't very long at all. And I do remember the owner, or one of the owners, when I was telling him, I was like, hey, you guys are like scheduling me in weird ways. I'm still in school. Like I can't just, I don't have a choice. It's like, it's kind of I'm supposed to go to school. And I remember this dude, I don't know what the hell he meant by this. He's like, you're going to have to make a decision over your career or your education. I was like, pardon the I beg your fucking finest part, what? Like, oh man, I'm gonna have to make the difficult decision of being a store clerk for a dying video game store, or go or finish out high school, go to college, and have a career. Oh, decisions. I'm sorry, I got really off the rails, but that career, I know, I will never forget that, because I'm pretty sure I did the fucking Jim from The Office, like looking at the camera at him. I thought he was joking at first. That's one of those things that I wish I had. At a shitty part-time game store, exactly. Jenny, you need to decide on your career here at this short-lived niche store, or better your life at a game. I know, it was wild. It is the most out-of-pocket weird shit I've ever heard an adult say to me. It was, because again, I thought he was joking, but this motherfucker was dead-ass serious. He was looking right at me. I hate when your boss tries to frame it like you love the act of working there. I was like, again, the only reason I was working there is because I just wanted more money to buy stupid shit. Like, I'm pretty sure you can't see it from here, but the little Digimon that I have on, I'm pretty sure from that job I bought that Digimon from the proceeds. Or with the proceeds. Fuck, we gotta get back on this. We're gonna finish this in a million years. Working 9 to 5. Alright, chapter 9. Like 6 hours later. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get that far off the rails, but those are so delicious. It really was. Guarantee those guys lost everything. Or they're in Bitcoin now. Who knows? Jenny, the power-hungry career girl. I know. Fuck me, right? Do you want to graduate from high school? Or do you want to work this job? I mean, come on. So it was all broke even? Yeah, pretty much. In fact, I want to say there's a pretty decent chunk of stuff there that I bought with the proceeds of that shitty job back there. Because I liked going to that store, and I'd also pedal my ass to an antique store. And I'm pretty sure I bought one of these. I think it was this Pee-wee. I'm pretty sure this was the Pee-wee I bought there with the proceeds. They dumped their embezzled funds to NFT Bored Apes. Oh, it's just one great financial decision after another with that dude. And then someone saved their JPEG. I will sue you. I enjoy playing Marvel Rivals on PS5. I heard that was a really good game. I'm just worried about getting into it, and then I get really into it, you know? Okay! Chapter 9! Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. I don't remember what was happening. Something about a weeb. The laughter rose up in front of us, making us both gasp. You have entered the king's dungeon. Abandon all hope. The man, oh no, it's his buddy. the man declared. Who are you? I cried, but more laughter was the only reply. A single beam of pale green light from the low ceiling broke the darkness. Huddled close to Eddie, I squinted in an eerie glow, desperate to find a way to escape. Over there, look! Eddie whispered, pointing. Across the room, I could see a barred cell against the wall. We crept forward a few steps, then we saw it, a bony hand reaching out from between the bars. No! I gasped. Eddie and I jumped back. The pounding on the door behind us made us jump again. You cannot escape. You cannot escape! The caped man raged from the other side of the door. I will use Exodia on you! Now we're lost. Start over. Oh, God. Okay, chapter 9 for real now. 6 hours later. Eddie grabbed my hand as the man furiously pounded on the door. The sound boomed louder than thunder. Soo-chan! Eddie-chan! Sorry. We need to revisit the intro to the weeb. Ahead of us, 2 bony hands reached out from another dungeon cell. This can't be happening, Eddie choked out. There aren't any dungeons today. Oh, okay. I thought I was like, you guys just walked through one. What are you talking about? Another doorway, I whispered, trembling with fright as I stared at the hands poking out from the dark cells. Find another doorway. My eyes frantically searched the darkness. Off in the distant corner, I glimpsed a slender crack of light. I started to run toward it and tripped over something chained to the floor. It was a body of a man sprawled on the floor, and I landed on his chest with a sickening thud. He's like, lady, I'm sorry, I'm very weak. Exodia the Forbidden One. This book is so bad it gave me cold. I mean, I'm trying to make it as entertaining as possible. I landed on his chest with a sickening thud. The chains rattled loudly as my foot tangled in them. My knees and elbows hit the stone floor hard. Pain shot through my entire body. Oh my God, is this a dead person? The old man didn't move. I scrambled up and stared down at him, and I realized, you chicken shit, R.L. Stein. It was a dummy chained to the floor. It's not real, I cried. What? He stared at me, his face twisted in confusion and fright. It's not real, none of it, I repeated. Look, the hands in the dungeons, they're not moving. It's just a display. Eddie, we're fine. You know, except for the guy that cornered us and is currently trying to break down the door to get to us because he really wants to show us his waifu body pillow. Hello, sister. Aw, Dax, you missed it. I feel like Jody is some school teacher reading us a book and we're just classroom of horrible Muppet children. Horrible Muppet children are the best. Look out! He has powers! Eddie started to reply, but the cruel laughter interrupted him. You have entered the king's dungeon. Abandon all hope. The voice repeated, then more evil laughter. It was just a tape, just a recording. There wasn't anyone in the room with us, no dungeon keeper. I let out a long sigh. My heart was still pounding like a bass drum, but I felt a little better knowing that we weren't trapped in a real dungeon. I think you kind of are, because if there's no way out, you are locked in a dungeon at that point. I like kids that like that crack me up because they have no filter and will say anything that comes to their mind. And the weirdest shit. Well, they also will tell, if you have kids, you might, and they're like kindergarten age, they are telling us everything. But they are telling us everything that you do. Like, I pieced together that one little girl's dad was having an affair because she kept talking about an aunt or friend. It was years ago. I can't remember, but long and skinny, like short and skinny of it was like another one of the coworkers accidentally said, "Oh hey, kid keeps bringing up Aunt Jill or whatever," and the wife's like, "There's no Aunt Jill." And everybody's like, Jill is the name of the woman that my husband was effing. I was like, why was I off that day? nobody in the room with us, no dungeon keeper, just the weep outside the door yelling at us about a card game for children. I let out a long sigh. My heart was still pounding like a bass drum. We're okay, Eddie, I assured him, and then the door burst open with a loud crack. And the big man roared into the room, his cape fluttering behind him, his eyes glowing dark in victory. And then he asked, "Has anyone ever made you a tribute?" And I fucking hate that I know what that is. And I went, "What's a tribute?" And then he goes, "I can't tell you. You're going to be mad at me if I tell you what it is." This reminds me of a joke. I remember the story takes place in... Hey, look, I tried... I was only able to do it for one person. We would still be on chapter 2 if I was still trying to force my way through that. How does something glow dark? I know something glows in the dark, but not glow dark. Chapter 10. Eddie and I froze in the middle of the floor. The Cape Man froze too. I don't think he thought he was going to be able to do that, so he's more stunned with himself than he is with anybody else. We stared through the dim light at each other, frozen like the dummies in the cell. Just me, my brother Eddie, Todd-sama, and his waifu, Sakura-chan, his body pillow. His weirdly, creepily wet body pillow. "You cannot escape," the man growled once again. "You will not leave this castle." His words sent a cold shiver down my back. "Leave us alone, you fucking weirdo," Eddie pled. "What do you want?" I demanded, "and why are you chasing us?" "We don't care about My Little Pony." "Why do you care about it? I'm a 12-year-old girl." "Why do you care?" The big man pressed his gloved hands against his wrist. "You know the answer," he replied flatly. He took a step towards Eddie and me. "Are you ready to come with me now?" he demanded. I didn't reply because I was worried about answering that, not knowing if he was being straight or an innuendo. Again, terrifying. Sakura-chan needs to run through the red cycle. Glowing magic stones. Oh, that's cute. I like that, Spider-Man. I didn't reply. Instead, I leaned close to Eddie and whispered, "Get ready to run." I mean, you can't catch both of us. It's one or the other. Eddie continued to stare straight ahead. He didn't blink or nod. I couldn't tell if he heard me. "You know you have no choice," the man said softly. He reached both hands into the folds of it. No, not the folds of his capes again. Rainbow dashed to the rescue. "I need to show you my pony OC sparkle gumdrop magic wings." "She's my other waifu, but don't tell Sakura-chan. She is my one and only, as far as she knows anyway." I'm just full of beans today, aren't I? Once again, he pulled out his mysterious white stones. You called them balls earlier, you fucking chicken shit Arlstein." Once again, I got a glimpse of his dark eyes and saw the cold sneer on his lips. "You've made a real big mistake," Eddie stammered. The man shook his head. The wide brim of his black hat cast tilted on the floor. I mean, we didn't even know. Do you even work here? I mean, I know people wearing fedoras weren't really of the time. "It is a trilby," he spat angrily. "And I have made no mistake. Do not run from me. You know you must come with me now." Eddie and I didn't need a signal. We did not give a shit if it was a trilby or a fedora. We're out. We started to run. The man shouted in protest and took off after us. He's like, "Come on, man. If only I should have had Doritos and Mountain Dew for lunch and breakfast and a snack. And then that one burrito. Oh, man." The room seemed to stretch on forever. It must be the entire basement of the castle. How far could you have gotten? "Children, I could be your devil or your angel. Children!" Beyond the beam of light, the darkness rose up like fog. My fear weighed me down. My legs felt as if they were 1,000 pounds each. I was moving in slow motion, struggling to speed up. Eddie and I were crawling like turtles. He'll catch us in seconds. I glanced back when I heard the caped man cry out. He had tripped over the same dummy chained to the floor and had fallen heavily. Good job making this guy a menace. It was super scary. It's like, damn you! You made me hurt Sakura-chan! Lightning bolt. No, I'm not gonna do that, because the Dungeons and Dragons guys are usually pretty cool. I'm not gonna bring Dungeons and Dragons into this. How dare I submerge Dungeons and Dragons with this bubbling weirdo. As he scrambled to his feet, my eyes searched the wall for a door or hallway or some kind of opening. I meant to do that, he said, embarrassingly, as he wiped his now torn jeans. How do we get out of here? Eddie cried. We're trapped, Sue. No, I cried. I spotted the work table across the wall, cluttered with tools. I searched for something to use as a weapon. I didn't see anything except a flashlight, which I grabbed and frantically pushed the button. Would it work? Yes! I tripped over my ray. Ayanama. God damn it. I'm gonna say ray. Okay, hold on. Yanami? Life-size figure again. Less shocking dark fantasy and more vaudeville slapstick. I guess they can't make it too spooky. It's not a bad setup per se. It's just they introduced this bumbling oaf a little too quickly. At least have him like wander around when nobody's there for a while. But I guess there's only 25 chapters, give or take, so they have to kind of keep it moving. A white beam of light darted over the floor. I raised it to the far wall. Eddie, look, I whispered. A low opening in the wall. Some kind of tunnel? A tunnel we could escape through? In another second, we were ducking our heads and stepping into the dark opening. I kept my light ahead of us, down at our feet. As we had to stoop as we ran. The tunnel was curved, so they're running like Naruto. We're not even halfway through. I know, I'm sorry. It says we're 30% through the book. Which is funny because usually we're about halfway. But I just had to tell my silly stories. It's an old sewer, I told Eddie. That means it has to lead us out somewhere. I hope so, Eddie replied breathlessly. Running hard, we followed the curve of the sewer. My light leaped out, jumping from the low ceiling to the damp stone floor. The light revealed a wide metal rungs hanging from the ceiling. Eddie and I had to duck even lower to keep from smashing our heads against them. The light from my flashlight bounced wildly from the floor and the rungs at the top of the sewer. Eddie and I splashed through puddles of dirty water. Technically that's dirty water. We're on, I think we're on 10. Or the 10 is about to be over. I only have like a couple like a paragraph. And then we're gonna be 11. We both gasped when we heard footsteps behind us. Heavy, ringing footsteps. How is his ass even making it? Or, like, if they have to, like, crouch down and they're, like, two small kids, how the hell is he making it through there? Thundering in the low tunnel, growing louder and louder, I glanced back, but the caped man was hidden by the curve of the sewer tunnel. His footsteps boomed steadily, rapidly. I could tell he wasn't far behind. He's gonna catch us, I told myself in a panic. He's gonna catch us and he's gonna turn me into his next waifu body pillow. I just know it. You don't get how much studio interference there was. He did look menacingly for a couple of paragraphs before chasing them around, explaining the brilliance of the Snyder Cut. God damn it, that's a good one too. I forgot about that Snyder Cut bullshit. Why did he say we knew what he wanted? How could we know? He's a pervert, honey. Of course you don't know, but he does. He just assumes you do because he watches too much hentai. I stumbled forward, the flashlight bumped against the wall and fell from my hand. It clattered to the tunnel floor and rolled in front of me. The light shone back in the tunnel towards the caped man. I saw him move into view, bent low, running hard. Oh, a frightened moan escaped my lips. I bent to pick up the flashlight. It slid out of my trembling hand. That was all the time the cape man needed. He grabbed Eddie with both hands. He pulled the black cape around my brother, trapping him. Oh, God! It smells... Oh, God! It smells like a week-old Wendy's hamburger. Jesus Christ. Go on without me, sister. I'm not gonna make it. My nose, it burns. Oh, the onion smell. I can't. Silly voices are always welcome. Then he reached for me. I told you, there's no escape. He moaned. Ew. Ew. Don't moan. Chapter 11. I ducked out of the man's grasp. With another frightened groan, I grabbed the flashlight off the floor and I planned to use it as a weapon to shine it in the cape man's eyes. No, you swing it at his fucking face. Hit him right here in the greasy ass, unwashed face that's gonna hurt. Dungeon Keeper wants fish and chips. Now you're going to listen to me as I tell you Christopher Nolan's Batman added realism that was never injected to the franchise before. It was just that good. Oh. Oh, there he goes. I could swing it at his head. That was your second. That was her second. I'll shine it in his eyes. Or, you know. Ugh. All right. But I didn't get a chance. I froze in horror as the beam of light bounced down from the tunnel and I saw rats. Who fucking cares? They're just little sewer puppies, all right? They're sewer puppies. You got little more important things to worry about there, Sue-chan. Hundreds of them. Hundreds of little gray rats. The darting light made their eyes glow as fire. The rats came scrambling over the sewer floor, snapping their jaws hungrily as they came charging at us. Oh, so this is like, what the fuck is the name of that book or story with the guy who controlled the rats? Or was friends with rats? I can't remember what the hell it's called. What it's called. It's like William or Wilbur or something like that. Now I put my $300 custom Mace Windu lightsaber hit down. Stop waving around. Willard. Thank you, Lex. Thank you. I knew it started with a W. Thank you. Ben? Oh, that's right. Oh shit, there is more than one. The tiny red eyes glowed in the light as they scrambled towards us. As they pulled their scrawny bodies over the hard floor, their tails slithered behind them. Are they under the assumption that people who read the book has never seen a rat before? They're adorable. The Pied Piper of Hamlet. The Cape Man saw them too, and he leaped back in surprise. He's a clumsy dork who's also scared of sewer puppies. Oh, Ben was the sequel to Will. Oh, that's right. I don't think I saw Ben. Eddie came tearing out from under the cape, gulping breaths. Ugh! We're in a sewer and it smelled worse in there than out here. Jump! I cried. Eddie, jump! Eddie didn't move. We both gaped at the rats in horror. A churning sea of whistling, chewing, red-eyed rats. A living tidal wave of rats. Why are there so many rats down here? Jump now! I shrieked. Oh, they're doing that. Are they gonna jump down? Oh no, they're just gonna jump and they jumped and grabbed the metal rungs embedded in the sewer roof. I sure hope rats can't climb. Quick, tickle the rats, or get admit ultrasound. They won't help us. Wait, hold on. I got this. Let me start pulling out little RC cars that that rats can control. This is gonna be adorable. Just a whole thousands of rats in tiny little cars. We both jumped. We grabbed onto the metal rungs embedded into the sewer roof. Pulling myself up, I frantically lifted my feet as high as I could, higher and higher as the rat charged underneath me. A foul odor rose up, nearly choking me as the rats ran past. Oh, they must have kicked up the dude's smell. I could hear the tap, 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 tap of their long fingernails against the floor, hear the swish of their sweeping tails. I couldn't see the rats in the darkness, but I could hear them and feel them. They jumped at my shoes, scratched at my legs with their sharp claws, and kept coming. I turned to see the Cape Man started to run back. He's like, fuck this. I'm going back to my chat rooms. He stumbled with lurching steps as he tried to flee the thunderous waves of rats. His arm shot forward as he reached for safety. The black cape whipped behind him, but unfortunately, he dropped Sakura-chan. No! He cried. Not Sakura-chan! But it was too late. She was enveloped in the sea of biting, angry rats. Just to have a moment of silence for the first death in an R.L. Stine book. The wide-brimmed hat flew off his head and floated onto the floor. No! That was a custom-made hat. It had leather, and it was leather and what was velvet. It was velvet. It was velvet. F. What are you guys doing? F. Moment of silence. F and chaff of silence for poor Sakura-chan. A dozen rats pounced on it, climbing over it, and began chewing it to pieces. You'll pay for that! That was a custom-made hat that cost $200! $200! That's a lot, just so you know. F and chat for Sakura-chan. Aww. The man's footstep echoed in the tunnels as he ran faster. Seconds later, he disappeared around the curve of the sewer. All we could see is a trail of urine and the sounds of screaming and crying. Well, you know, that's what you get. You should have stopped while the going was going good. The roar faded in the distance. I heard Eddie's heavy breathing. He let out a sharp groan and dropped to the floor. I let go of the rung and lowered myself too. I waited for my heart to stop pounding, for the blood to stop throbbing in my temples. That was a close one, Eddie murmured, his chin trembling. His face was as gray as the tunnel walls. I shuddered. I knew I'd see hundreds of tiny red eyes in my dreams, hear the clicking of their long toenails and the swish of their scraggly tails. Dude, chill. Watch out for Rat Man. I was about to say, is that the name of the guy from, is that the Ninja Turtles bad guy? Is it Rat King? He's like, watch out for Rat King, man. Let's get out of this disgusting sewer, I cried. Mr. Starks must be frantically searching for us. I doubt he even noticed you were gone. Eddie picked up the flashlight and handed it to me. I can't wait to get back to the tour bus. Ooh, you guys are going to be... They are going to match Todd-sama with the stench there. Yeah, Rat King. Hail Ratma. Yeah. God, I love the old 80s Ninja Turtles. It's surprisingly funny. Like some of the jokes actually do land. Mom and Dad are probably out there. Mom and Dad are probably out of their meeting, I said. They're gonna be worried sick about us. Not as worried as I am, he exclaimed. I beamed the light ahead, keeping it down on the sewer floor as we started walking. The tunnel floor rose up and curved to the left. We started to climb. There's gotta be an end to this sewer, I muttered. It's got to end somewhere. I mean, if it's a medieval castle sewer, no, it don't. It really doesn't. It could just pile shit up and then just start building another hole. Eddie and I both stopped and listened. Hey, I realized it was a different sound. It was a sound of wind rushing into the tunnel. That meant we had to be close to the end and the sewer emptied out somewhere outside. Let's go, I cried excitedly. The beam of light bounced ahead as we started to run. the tunnel curved again and then suddenly ended. Yep, see, I told you. I saw a metal ladder reaching straight up to a large round hole in the tunnel ceiling. Gazing up at the hole, I saw the night sky. Eddie and I let out shouts of joy. He scrambled up the ladder and I pulled myself right up behind him. It was a cold, damp night, but we didn't care. The air smelled so fresh and clean, and we were out of the sewer, out of the terror tower, away from that frightening man in the black cape and his weird, wet pillow. I gazed around quickly, trying to figure out where we were, and the tower tilted up towards us, a black shadow against the blue-black sky. The lights had all been turned off, and the tiny guardhouse lay dark and empty. Not another soul inside. They don't even have a night security? I mean, what happens when the kids that in the village are bored? They're gonna go and fuck that place up, right? Sorry, kids, gotta work late at the child neglecting factory. Aw, good night, Adam. I'm sorry. I'm here for 2.5 hours and 30% or 38% way through the book. Sorry. Away from the frightening man with his Batman pajamas and the cape stitched to it. Our shoes thudded over smooth stones as we hurried outside to the parking lot. The pale half moon slid out from behind the wispy clouds. It all suddenly looked unreal. Without stopping, I glanced back at the old castle. The moon shone off of its jutting towers as if casting them in a pale spotlight. Real people walked out of this path 100 years ago, I thought, and real people died up in that tower. With a shiver, I turned back and kept jogging. Eddie and I moved through the open gate and out past the wall. We're back in modern times, I thought, back where we're safe. But our happiness didn't last long. The parking lot shimmered darkly in the pale moonlight. Empty. The tour bus was gone. Eddie and I turned to search up and down the street, the long, empty street. They left us. They left us. Eddie murmured with a sigh, how are we going to get back to the hotel? I started to answer but stopped when I saw the man. A tall, white-haired man limping towards us, moving fast, pointing out and calling, you there! You there! Oh no, I thought really? God, now what? He's like, oh no, a Jehovah's Witness. God damn it. We know where we go. No one will leave us alone. Chapter 12. You there! You there! The man's shoulders dipped in a big gray overcoat. Oh no, it's another one. It's another guy. He charged at us, limping at each step. Eddie and I huddled close together, staring back at him as he hurried across the empty parking lot. His white hair tumbled out from under a small gray cap. I don't know, maybe he's just a yuppie. The overcoat hung down near to his ankle and bulged over his skinny frame. He stepped up in front of us and waited to catch it. He's like, so what do you do you need an EpiPen or oh fuck you, I'm not even gonna try this. Oh fuck, Scrooge McDuck. Fuck. He stepped up in front of us and waited to catch his breath. His tiny eyes caught the moonlight. Are you the kids that bus driver was looking for? He asked in a shrill high voice. He had a different accent. I think it was Scottish. Yeah. Groundskeeper Willie. Oh God. Eddie and I nodded. Well, I'm the night guard here. The old man said there's no one here after me after closing. Where's our bus? Wait, the guy knew he was missing and he still left? Goodbye, Viliano. It is stay crazy. I will try to keep it as crazy as it goes. God, how many people did I scare off? Let me see how many people are here still. Oh, we got 10 people. All right. 10 of you mad men are still here. Mad men and mad ladies and mad others. You guys, all right, good for you. Where's our bus? Ugh, it left, the man replied sharply. He searched all over for you, but he couldn't wait any longer. What happened? God damn it. Couldn't any longer. What happened? Did you get lost in there? He motioned back to the tower. A man chased us, Eddie replied breathlessly. He said we had to come with him. He was really scary. And man, what man? The night guard eyed us suspiciously. The man in the black cape, I replied, and the black hat. And he chased us in the tower. Oh, that's Todd. Todd's a weirdo. Unacceptable! he he was there, a man in a black cape. Ugh, no man in the tower. In the tower. I probably rolled the wrong R. Tower. The guard replied, shaking his head. I told you. I'm the only one out here at the closing. But he's in there, I cried. He chased us. We're going to hurt us. Your Scottish accent is terrible. What the fuck was that? We were in the sewer, in the rat sewer. What are you talking about? What are you two talking about? The guard demanded. We have rules here. Oh God, I almost have it and then I immediately lose it. Where'd it go? We have rules here about the tourists. Where tourists are allowed. If you fuck it, you break the rules, we can't be responsible. In a Scottish accent. Trust me, Todd is no man. He sighed. Now you come back here with a wild story of the men. I'm just gonna be NoHo Hank. I can do NoHo. Now you come back. Oh wait, now I lost him too. Oh hey guys, NoHo. Now you come back here with wild story about black man capes running through sewers. Wild stories, man. Eddie and I exchanged glances. We see both this man wasn't gonna believe us. Hey, how do we get back to our hotel? Again, I'm 9. My sister's 12. Can we please go home? I glanced at the street. There were no cars or buses in sight. Do you have money? The guard asked, replacing his cap. Their phone booth round corner. Call taxi, you know. Are you being served? The guard probably spends his night eating fish and chips and watching Mr. Bean. And Are You Being Served? Excuse me. This is a man of class. He watches Absolutely Fabulous. How dare you? How dare you? I bid you all a good day. I'm just going to open up the door. Good daddles. Oh shit, I didn't have the... Well, that probably would have helped if I had the goddamn... the brain. The ceiling fan on. That's probably why it's so goddamn cold in here. Or hot in here. Really, these kids don't have any. These are kids that are not from this country that are lost, and he's like, I don't know, go get attacked. No. What that guy would do, he'd have them go back to the tower, or go back to not to the tower, but go to the little guard station. He'd ring up, the coppers, and the cops would come, and then they would take the kids back to their parents. That is how, in reality, that would happen. He watches Keeping Up Appearances. Rest in peace, Patricia. Is it Rutledge? I reached into my jean pocket and felt heavy coins my parents had given me before Eddie and I set out on the tour. Then I breathed a long sigh of relief. Would he have really just said, oh fuck it, you're walking, if the kids didn't have Can you guys hear that by chance? It sounds like a car alarm. It's not a car alarm, it's my little boy cock. Hold on, I think I know why he's making noise. I'm sorry for another pause. But if I don't, he's gonna wake everybody else up, and then I gotta deal with that. So give me 2 seconds, because I think I left the light on, and that's what's fucking them up. Hold on, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Peter! Hush! Oh shit. Christ, I am a terrible bird parent. I didn't leave a light on. I left the entire, or like all the lights on, so no wonder they're still all up. I'm gonna have to let them sleep in tomorrow, otherwise they're all gonna be cranky and like little assholes tomorrow. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. We'll get through this. We will get through this. We have money, I told the guard. It costs you like 15, 20 pounds to get out here. Really? Again, it's okay. Our parents gave us British money. If we don't have enough, they'll pay the driver. He nodded, then turned to Eddie. You look all done in, lad. Did you get frightened up in the tower? Eddie swallowed. You don't even believe us. As far as you know, there's like a weird, weeb with a fucking katana wandering around the tower, and you're just so super dismissive of these kids without any reason. I just want to get back to our hotel, he murmured. The guard nodded, then tucked his hands into his pocket with a big overcoat and led the way to the phone booth. There's no way he doesn't have a phone in that fucking guard tower, but he's making these kids. It's like, that'll learn them. That'll fucking learn them. The black taxi pulled up about 10 minutes later. The driver was a young man with long, wavy blonde hair. You do not need to be in here. You should be asleep. We don't need any more distractions. What hotel? He's like, I'm gonna be in Brooklyn for some reason. What hotel? You going to LaGuardia, right? He asked, leaning out the passenger window. The Barclay, I told him. Eddie and I climbed into the back. It was warm in the taxi and felt great to sit down. As we pulled away from the Terror Tower, I didn't glance back. I never wanted to see that old castle again. The car rolled smoothly through the dark streets, and the taxi meter clicked pleasantly. The driver hummed to himself. I shut my eyes and leaned my head back against the leather seat. I tried not to think about the frightening man who had chased us. I don't think I would use that as a descriptor of this person. I couldn't force him from my mind. Soon we were back in the... Oh, maybe it is... Okay, so maybe it is a word, because it's here again. Soon we were back in the Court of London? The fuck is CRT? I think I'm gonna have to tag in, because this is a second CRT, or this is a thing I'm unaware of. Someone please let me know, because they used it in the tower, but they also used it here. So the Court of London. Cars and taxis jammed the street. We passed brightly lit theaters and restaurants. The taxi pulled up to the front of the Barclay Hotel and eased to a stop. The driver slid open the window behind his seat and turned to me. That'll be £15, 60 pence. Eddie sat up drowsily. He blinked several times, surprised to see that we had reached our destination. I pulled the big heavy coins from my pocket and held them. The coins are they're not heavy. They're not any heavier than the other coins. I don't really know what this is, I confessed. Can you take the right amount? The driver glanced at the coins in my hand, sniffed, and then raised his eyes at me. What are those? He asked coldly. Coins? I replied. I didn't know what else to say. Do I have enough to pay you? Do you have any real money, or are you just going to pay me with play money? Google's telling me CRT is Canal and River Trust. Oh, well, it would be nice if they explained that. What kid just... I mean, I've been to London, and I don't even know it's shortened to CRT. All right. Canal and River Trust of London. Probably should have explained that. Just confused. Oh, you're too smart to go. I was about to say, I'm kind of nervous with the ceiling fan, but she's actually creepily smart with that, so she's not going to go near it. I don't understand. My hands started to tremble, and I nearly dropped the coins. I don't either, the driver replied, but I do know those aren't real coins. We use British pounds here. His expression turned angrily. He glared at me through the little window of the glass partisan. Are you going to pay me in British pounds, or are we going to have some major trouble? I want my money. Now. Man, nobody... Biscuit if you would. Cup of tea, yo. bangers and mash. That's all that I'm trying to think of. Biscuits. Biscuits are cookies. Biscuits are cookies. You like the bird cookies I make you. I pulled the coins away. Oh, chapter 13. I pulled the coins away from him and raised them close to my face. It was dark at the back of the taxi and hard to see. Shh. The coins were large and round. They felt heavy, made of real gold or silver. It was too dark. Oh, does she have like hella old England, like the old ass coins? Ooh, he screwed up. Those are probably worth way more than what he was asking for. Why would my parents give me play money? I asked the driver. I don't know your parents. I don't know. Maybe they hate you? I certainly do. Well, they'll pay you the 15 pounds, I told him, struggling to shove the coins back in my pocket. They're in a meeting in the hotel, but they're probably in the room by now. We'll get them to come down and pay you. Real money. Yes, for the 8th time, we will pay real money. Jesus. I pushed open the door and scrambled out of the cab. Eddie followed me to the sidewalk, shaking his head. This is weird, he murmured. The red uniformed doorman held the door open for us, and we hurried into the huge chandeliered lobby. Most people seemed to be headed the other way out for dinner, I guessed. My stomach grumbled, and I realized I was starving. Eddie and I made our way past the front desk. We were walking so fast we nearly collided with the bellman pushing a big cart stacked high with suitcases. To our right, I could hear dishes clattering in the hotel restaurant. The aroma of fresh baked bread. Fresh baked bread is the best. British coins with Queen Elizabeth II on it. Is this going to be the kids were ghosts all along and Todd is like a historian or ghost hunter? Oh, God. Well, I assumed that they were like the reincarnation of the prince and princess because they lingered on that story for quite a while. Or maybe they did that whole switch and now suddenly they're in a universe that is where like the prince and princess didn't die. I don't know. It like they cross streams, I guess. I want some fresh baked bread. Jesus Christ, now. The elevator doors opened and a red-haired woman in a fur coat stepped off, walking a tiny toy poodle. Eddie got tangled in the leash. I had to pull... God, you guys are spazzes. You can't even walk without some weird shit happening to you. What was wrong with that money? Eddie asked. I guess Dad made a mistake? I shrugged. The door slid open on 6 and we hurried side by side down the long carpeted room. Weird that your parents didn't call the cops or anything. You think they would be like, huh, we gave our kids to this tour guide and there's the tour guide, but he doesn't have our kids. So something's up here. I just can't piece it together. I stepped around the door slid open on 6 and we hurried inside. I stepped around room service trays on the floor. Someone had left half a sandwich in a bowl of fruit. What? Finish your fucking meal. My stomach rumbled again, reminding me how hungry I was. Here we are. Eddie ran up to the door. 626. And knocked. Hey, Mom, Dad, it's us. Open up. Eddie knocked again. Hey. We pressed our ears close to the door and listened. I'm surprised they didn't give the kids a key. Hush. No, silence, no footsteps, no voices. Hey, are you in there? Eddie called. He knocked again. Hurry up, it's us. We are... is it because we smell? Because we can probably fix that with a shower. Actually, that's a good point. They were wandering around in a fucking sewer and nobody... They're like, really? They smell fine, huh? After wandering around in that shit. Dad accidentally gave us green... God damn it. I love to drink gingerbread latte coffee at Costa. Ooh, you fancy, Spiral Man. Eddie slumped. He let out an unhappy sigh. Now what? Are you having trouble? A woman's voice asked. I turned to see a hotel maid. She wore a gray uniform and a white cap over short dark hair. She had been pushing a cart loaded with towels. She stopped across from Eddie and me. Our parents are still at a meeting, I told her. My brother and I are locked out. She studied us for a moment. Then she stepped away from the cart and raised a large keychain filled with keys. I'm really not supposed to do this, she said, shuffling through the clattering keys. But I guess it's okay to let you kids in. Wow, sucker, we're about to rob this joint. She put the key in the lock, turned it, and pushed the door open. Eddie and I both thanked her and told her that she was a lifesaver. She smiled and moved down the hall, pushing her towel cart. The room was dark. I clicked on the light as Eddie and I stepped in. They're not here. No sign of them, I said softly. They probably left a note, Eddie replied. Wow, they really don't give a shit about their kid. These are like the most latchkey kids ever. Maybe they had to go out with some people at the meeting, or maybe they're down in the restaurant waiting for us. The room was actually a suite, a front room and 2 bedrooms. Turning on lights as I went, I made my way to the desk in the corner. A writing pad and pen rested on the... Okay, so it can't be that. It can't be Cannell and River Trust, because once again, that fucking CRT is there. What is that? A writing pad and pen rested on the curt of the desk. What the fuck is that? Was that like a placeholder for another word and they just forgot to change it? That's so weird. The pad was blank. No messages. No messages from mom and dad on the table or the bed table either. That's weird, Eddie muttered. I think muttered might be one of the main words that he keeps using over and over again. Like an old television vision? I don't know. I don't know what he thinks it is. That's what I said earlier. I crossed the room and stepped into the bedroom and clicked on the ceiling light and glanced around. The room had been made up. The bed was smooth and unwrinkled, but there was no messages anywhere. The dresser lay top bare. No clothes over a chair, no shoes on the floor, no briefcase or notepads from their meeting. No sign of anyone had even been in the room. I turned and saw Eddie had moved to the closet. He pushed the sliding door open. Hey, look, no clothes. Mom and Dad's clothes are gone. A heavy feeling of dread started in my stomach and weighed down my entire body. What's going on here? I cried. Chapter 14. They wouldn't just leave, I exclaimed. I walked over to the closet and checked it out for myself. I don't know what I expected to see. It was clear from across the room that the closet was completely empty. Are you sure we're in the right room? Eddie asked. He pulled open the dresser top drawer. Empty. Of course this is the right room, I replied impatiently. Eddie pulled out the rest of the dresser drawers. They were all empty. We searched every inch of this room. No sign of Mom or Dad. We better go down to the desk, I suggested. We'll find out what room the meeting is being held in. Calling it now. The parents are like, all right, here's the plan. We'll take our stupid, shitty kids to London. We'll tell them to get on the bus, and then we'll just leave. Then we're back to being no more kids. We'll be back to being child free. I can't believe they're still in that meeting. Eddie murmured again, shaking his head. And why would they pack up and take all of our clothes to the meeting with them? I'm sure there's a good answer, I said. Come on, let's go downstairs. We made our way back down to the long hall and took the elevator to the lobby. We found a crowd around the front desk. A large woman dressed in a green pantsuit was arguing angrily about her room. I wonder what kind of haircut she has. Maybe they're ghosts. That's it. They're orphans now. That's it. The shitty kids are on their own. Eddie and I finally got up at the desk 10 minutes later. The clerk tucked some papers into a file, then turned to us with an automatic smile. Can I help you? We're trying to find our parents, I said, leaning my elbows on the desk. They're in a meeting, I think. Can you tell us where the meeting is? He stared at me for a moment, his face blank, as if he didn't understand. What meeting is that? He asked finally. I thought hard. I couldn't remember what the meeting was called or what it was about. It's a big meeting, I replied. The one where people came from all over the world for? He twisted his mouth into a thoughtful pout. It's a very big meeting, he chimed. The guy slammed his hand on the desk. Stop saying meeting, you fucking kids. We have a problem, the clerk said, frowning. He scratched his right ear. There aren't any meetings in this hotel this week. I stared back at him. His mouth dropped open. I started to say something, but no words came out. No meetings, Eddie said weakly. The clerk shook his head. No meetings. You know, this happens a lot with Americans. You guys bring your fucking kids over here and then you just leave them as if this is all of a twist. We're modern day. Like, we're gonna call child services and the police on you. We're gonna go across the pond to find your asses. Or oh shit, Sparrow, you beat you beat me to it. Orphans like Oliver Twist. Please, sir. What's your last name, kids? The clerk repeated. If your parents are at the hotel, I'm sure we could track them down for you. But I need to know your last name. I stared blankly at him. I had this strange tingly feeling in the back of my neck. I suddenly felt as if I couldn't breathe. My last name? My last name? What is my last name? Oh, it was so upsetting. Yeah, forgetting your last name is mildly upsetting. Just a little bit perturbed at that. I could feel my body start to shake. My name is Sue. I told myself, Sue what? Shaking tears down my cheek, I grabbed Eddie. Eddie, what's our last name? I don't know. Quiet. Oh, Eddie, I pulled my brother close and hugged him. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us? This poor clerk, he's like, the fuck is happening? Chapter 15. We have to stay calm, I told my brother. If we take a deep breath and just relax, I'm sure we'll be able to remember. I guess you're right, Eddie replied with uncertainty. He stared straight ahead. So from the clerk's perspective, these kids frantically run up, ask him something that isn't possible, then they can't remember their last names, and then they just start losing their shit. They're like, we have to remember our last name, now think! And then they just both stare blankly ahead. I was like, these kids... Man, they're like getting on drugs younger and younger, because holy shit! You want another bump, kids? Because damn! It was a few minutes later, the desk clerk had suggested that we go to the restaurant, just anywhere but in front of him. We sat at the small table in the back of the restaurant, and I gazed around the big, elegant room. Crystal chandeliers cast sparkling light over the well-dressed diners. On a small balcony overlooking the room, there's, again, these kids, they gotta be smelling kind of pungent. And I love that nobody, very polite, the British, they're not gonna say, hey, they're gonna say it with an accent, so it doesn't, they're not gonna say you smell like shit, they're gonna say you smell like shit, but with an accent, so it's more difficult for you to realize that they're actually kind of insulting you. A waiter in a black tuxedo appeared beside the table. Welcome to the Berkeley, he said. What may I bring you this evening? Could I see a menu? I asked. There is no menu right now, the waiter replied without changing his smile. We are still serving tea. Only tea? No food? Shut up, Eddie. I think that the CRT is an uncorrected typo. Yeah, it's gotta be. Like I said, maybe it was a placeholder. They're like, no, we need to put like a word here, but we don't know what word. Because, they're writing for kids, so maybe they put in something originally that was a little too advanced for the age that they were going for, so they did the placeholder and then forgot to take it out. Good job, editor! Don't think I'm not going to see who edited this. You're going to look who edited this. Our tea includes sandwiches, scones, croissants, and an assortment of pastries. Then it does come with... Then you are serving food! You pedantic asshole! Then we'll have that, I told him. Actually, that sounds really good. A scone, those little sandwiches. Oh, is it the little cucumber sandwiches? Those are so good. Kids don't know what center means. Yeah, I have no idea. Those little cucumber sandwiches are so good. I love those. I could have like 100 of those because they're like this big. Why can't we remember our last name? Yeah. Eddie asked glumly. I don't know. I'm very confused, I confessed. Every time I started to think about it, I felt dizzy and kept telling myself I'm just hungry. I'll remember something after we eat, I kept repeating. This, you know what this reminds me of? Was the Scariest Stories to Tell in the Dark story, where the woman, they checked into a hotel with her sick mother. Her mother was very sick, and she left the hotel to go get like something for her mother, and when she returned, she was like being I can't remember if it was she was crazy or she was being gaslit by the hotel, but she went into the room and like there was no sign of her mother ever being there, because like they were saying like, oh, the mother died, and then they removed the mother and then gaslit this poor woman. Or were they expecting a pizza or burgers? I have seen places that accommodate American tourists like that. There was one place, where the fuck was that? Was that Italy? I think it was Italy. They had a street. It was basically just, hey Americans, here's food you like, and it was like fried chicken and pizza and burgers and french fries and milkshakes. And I was like, I don't know if is that insulting, or is that just like, oh shit, they got cherry pie here. I mean, that food's good, so I mean, I'd probably fall for that. I was like, ooh, pizza. Ooh, french fries. I love french fries. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I maybe they do that less now, because I was back in like 2002, 3. I can't remember. It was a while ago. Wait, where did I go? Maybe we can tell the man at the front desk what Mom and Dad look like, Eddie suggested. Good idea, I said, and then I let out a silent gasp and felt dizzy again. Eddie, I can't remember what Mom and Dad looks like. Actually, this isn't a terrible plot, but again, it just sounds like the plot of the story I like in the Scary Stories books. I swallowed hard and opened my eyes. I couldn't conjure up any picture of my parents. I tried thinking about Mom. Was she blonde, red hair, dark hair? Was she tall, short, skinny, fat? I couldn't remember. I don't remember them either. Where did we live? Eddie wailed. We live in a house? An apartment? I can't picture it. I can't picture it at all. His voice cracked. I could see he was having trouble holding back tears. Panic choked in my throat. I suddenly felt as if I couldn't breathe. I stared at Eddie and didn't say a word. What could I say? We've lost our memory, I finally uttered. At least a part of our memory. How? How could that happen to both of us? I mean, it's probably trauma related. I mean, I'm traumatized from what you been through, and I just read it. We still remember our first names, but not our last. What else do we remember? The room number, 626. But the desk clerk said we don't belong in that room, Eddie cried. And we remember why we came to London, I continued. Because Mom and Dad had these important meetings. But there are no meetings at this hotel, Eddie exclaimed. Our memories are wrong, Sue. They're all wrong. I insisted on figuring out what we did remember. I had the feeling if we could just remember, if we could just list the things we did remember, we wouldn't feel so upset about what we had forgotten. I think he'd still be upset. I think I would be genuinely upset if I couldn't remember what my parents look like. I knew it was a crazy idea, but I didn't know what else to do. I remember the tour we took today, I said. I remember everywhere we went in London. I remember Mr. Stark's. I remember... What about yesterday? Eddie interrupted. What did we do yesterday? I started to reply, but my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't remember yesterday, or the day before, or the day before. Thank you, Rapuka. Oh, Eddie, I moaned. Eddie Valiant, something terrible is happening. Eddie didn't seem to hear me. His eyes were locked to the front of the restaurant. I followed his gaze and saw a young blonde. Uh-oh. It's the taxi driver. We forgot all about him. Yeah, well, I mean, you're kind of stressing out right now. And it is really weird that nobody seems to give two shits that these clearly distressed foreign kids are just kind of like they really. I think I would be kind of worried about them, but maybe they are just really shitty, and they're like, oh great, these fucking parents just dropped these goddamn kids in our country. Now we got to deal with them. Let's just ignore them for as long as we can. Chapter 16. I jumped up. The napkin fell off my lap. and onto my shoe. I kicked it away and reached for Eddie's arm. We have to get out of here. Eddie gazed up at me uncertainly, then back at the taxi driver. He had stopped past the entrance. His eyes were searching each table. He hasn't seen us yet, I whispered. Maybe we can just explain to him. Eddie said, explain what? That we can't pay him because we lost our memories and we don't know our names and we don't know our parents, what they look like. Good. Yeah, props to you, because yes, exactly. How the fuck are you supposed to explain that to somebody without sounding like you're just trying to... The taxi driver looks like John Cleese. Haha, plot twist, it is John Cleese. How do we get out of here, he demanded. The front door was blocked by the taxi driver, but I spotted a glass door on the back wall near our table. The door had a flimsy white curtain over it and a small sign that said no exit, but I didn't care. Eddie and I had no choice. We had to leave. I grabbed the knob and pulled the door open. Eddie and I slipped through and then tugged the door shut behind us. I don't think he saw us, I whispered. I think we're okay. Like a hatchet goes through the door. $3! $3! I grabbed the knob and pulled the door open. We turned away from the door and found ourselves in a long, dark hallway. This must be an area used by the hotel workers, I thought. The floor had no carpet. They're gonna find a tape, and then they're gonna end up in a room, and they're gonna realize that they both suffocated their parents and then just kind of forgot about it. So they came here. The kids were picked up by the Ministry of Silly Walks for non-silliness violation. And it is a very serious violation, let me tell you. You don't want to get busted with that. We turned a corner. I held out a hand to stop Eddie. We listened hard for footsteps. Had the taxi driver seen us duck out? Was he coming after us? I couldn't hear a thing over the pounding of my heart. What a horrible day, I wailed. And then the day turned even more horrible. Oh no! The man in the black cape stepped out from around the corner. Did you really think I wouldn't follow you? He asked me. Did you really think you could escape from me? Wait, Todd Sama? You will pay for the beautiful Sakura-chan's death. And my hat, my $200 hat that you let rats eat, I guess. He moved forward quickly, his face hidden in the shadows. Wow, he must have some type of power that just hides his face in shadows, because it could be in a bright ass room and his face will still be in shadow. Eddie and I were trapped, our backs pressed against the curtained glass door. Just go back through the door. As the caped man drew near, his features came into view. His eyes were dark and cold. His mouth was locked in a menacing smile. He raised his palm to Eddie. Give them back, he demanded. Eddie's eyes bulged in surprise. Give what back? Give them back now, he bellowed. Do not play games with me, child. Give me back my holographic Mewtwo and Charizard. I know you fucking took it out of my sweet little box. You have dishonored me. I must reclaim my honor in a duel, a children's card game. Calling it now. He stole one of his Pokemon cards. That's what this is all about. Eddie, what is he talking about? I cried. But Eddie didn't reply. He just kept his eyes locked on the shadowy caped man. If I give them back, will you let us go? I'm sorry, what? The way I would smack the shit out of my brother. I was like, really? My brother, oh shit, oh wow, it actually did come back. My brother sighed and reached into his pants pocket, and to my shock, he pulled out 3 small, smooth, white stones. My brother, the pickpocket, had struck again. Eddie, when did you take those? I demanded. In the sewer, Eddie replied, when he grabbed me and he was like crying about Rapidash or whatever the fuck that was about. But why? Eddie shrugged. They seemed important to him. So, I mean, good for Eddie. That's kind of funny, actually. I don't know. He's kind of an asshole, and he seemed to really like these stupid balls, so I decided to steal them from him. I didn't actually think he would follow us all the way here, so my bad, I guess. Twizzy, my baby. Mwah. Kisses on your little head. Oh, you're such a good girl when you want to be. Eddie shrugged. They are important, the caveman bellowed. He grabbed the stones from Eddie's hands. Now will you let us go? Eddie cried. Yes, we will go now, the man replied, concentrating on the stones. That's not what I said, Eddie exclaimed. Will you let us go? We don't want to go anywhere with you. You smell like pork rinds and day-old yogurt that was left out overnight. I don't... Did they still Charizard and Gengar? These are babies. I'm ready to but my first jack-o'-lantern of the year to cut. Ooh! I'm actually going to get I'm actually gonna go get my pumpkins this weekend. I think I'm gonna go on Sunday. I was thinking about going tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna sleep in after this because it's gonna be like super late by the time I finish this fucking book. You need to go over here if you're gonna be loud. The man ignored him. He piled the stones one on top of the other in his palm. Then he chanted some words in a foreign language. It was Japanese. That's the foreign language that he's chanting. It's just him saying he's what the fuck is it? I'm trying to think of like a known. He's doing the Kamehameha. That's what he's doing. Sorry, that's the closest thing I can think of. I was trying to think of something that from an anime that sounds foreign to a child. He's doing the Kamehameha. Oh, no! He's powering up to be a total douche nozzle. Yeah, that's Tippy. She's the tiny little menace. She's my little. I call her my chaos demon. My chaos demon bird. He's reciting the Naruto kata. If I knew enough about Naruto, I would have been able to do that. As soon as he chanted the words, the hallway began to shimmer and the doors began to wiggle and bend as if they were made of rubber. The floor buckled and swayed. The caveman began to shimmer and bend. The hallway throbbed with blinding white light, and I felt a sharp stab of pain, as if I had been hit hard in the stomach and I couldn't breathe. Everything went black. Chapter 18. Is he gonna challenge them to the children's card game next? I'm waiting for it. I really thought that was gonna. I'm waiting for him to say duel. I think I'm gonna lose my shit if he's like, now we duel. I am so sorry. Yeah, you think it's bad? She will get up right into my ear, she'll put her beak right in my earlobe and chirp as loud as she possibly can. She's a little asshole in that regard. Flickering orange light broke the darkness. I opened my eyes, blinked several times, and took a deep breath. The cape man was gone. Eddie, are you okay? I asked in a quivering voice. I think so. I thought, yeah, I guess we're fine. I gazed down the long hallway, startled to find it flickering with candles. A candle that was perched in a holder beside the door. How did we get in this hallway? Eddie asked softly. Where's the caped man? I don't know. I'm as confused as you are. We stepped into the flickering light. This has to be the old section of the hotel, I guessed. They must want to make it look old-fashioned. We walked past door after door. The long, narrow hallway was silent, except for the thud of our shoes on the hardwood floor. Doors were all closed. No other people in sight. The flickering candlelight, the dark doorways, the eerie silence, it all gave me a cold, tingly feeling. My entire body trembled. We kept walking through the dim, orangey light. I want to go back to the room, and Eddie stammered as we turned another corner. Maybe Mom and Dad have gone back. Maybe they're waiting for us there. Maybe, I replied doubtfully. We entered another silent hallway, glowing eerily in darting, dancing candlelight. There's got to be an elevator down here somewhere, I muttered. I think muttered is the repeated word of this game. I can't imagine how loud it must be. I'm surprised they don't have tinnitus, honestly. Like, I'm pretty sure she's doing it on purpose, because she'll purposely go to whatever ear doesn't have a headphone in to do it. Like, she doesn't try to rip one ear, like, the headphone out usually. She'll just, like, pay attention to me! Oh, sorry, baby. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking shit about you. Scratch, 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 scratch. Oh, I cried out. I startled to find others in these long, empty hallways. I turned another corner and nearly bumped into a group of people. I cried out, so startled to find others in this long, empty hallway. I stared at them as they passed. They wore long robes, and their faces were hidden under dark hoods. I couldn't tell if they were men or women. Oh, no. Oh, no. You stumbled across, Run, kids. Run. They moved silently, making no sound at all. They paid no attention to Eddie or me. Hey, can you tell us where the elevators are? This fucking weird eyes wide shut bullshit. That one sounded like a dirt bike. Or maybe a motorcycle. Oh, no. They didn't turn back or reply. Assholes. Rude, Eddie called, chasing after him. Have you seen the elevator? One of them turned back toward Eddie. The other continued moving silently down the hallway. I stepped up beside my brother and the robed figure. I could see his face under the hood. It was an old man with bushy white eyebrows. He peered out at Eddie, then at me. His eyes were dark and wet. His expression was sorrowful. I smell evil around you, he croaked in a dry whisper. What? I cried. My brother and I... Do not leave the abbey. The old man instructed. I smell evil around you. Your time is near. So very, very near. Is that a bike? Everything comes... Oh, does it? Well, that's actually kind of good to hear. No, it's just... It's... The kids on their motorcycle. They're going down that one road that they talk about. Chapter 19. What abbey? I demanded. What are you saying? The old man didn't reply. The candlelight glowed in his watery eyes. He nodded his head solemnly under the heavy hood. Then he turned away from us and glided silently after the others, the hem of his robe sweeping along the bare floor. What does he mean? Eddie demanded when the hooded man had vanished around the corner. Why did he try to frighten us? I shook my head. It has to be some kind of a joke. Man, you guys do not catch on, do you? Merlin, help them out. Oh, what's the... Sorry, I'm sure that threw some of you off. The way the squirrels sound in Sword in the Stone. The girl, she's my favorite. Her and Mad Madam Mim. Mad Madam Mim, where are you? Where'd I go? We wandered down one long candlelit hallway after another, feeling more and more lost. We couldn't find an elevator or stairs of any kind of exit. Are we going to walk forever? Eddie whined. There has to be a way out. Let's go back, I suggested. The taxi driver's probably gone by now. Let's go back the way we came and go through the restaurant. Good idea, Eddie muttered. We turned and started the long walk back. It was easy to keep in the right direction. We followed the hallways and made left turns instead of rights. We walked quietly without speaking. As we walked, I tried to remember our last name, tried to remember Mom and Dad and picture their faces. I tried to remember something about them. Losing your memory is so terrifying, much more frightening than being chased by someone. It's because the problem is inside you, inside your own mind. I don't know, I kind of feel like I'd rather lose some memories of myself rather than being chased by a fedora cape wearing weirdo and potentially being stabbed or have his 5 balls shoved in my face. I think that might be more of a nightmare, but that's just me. You can't run away from it. You can't hide from it, and you can't solve it. You just feel so helpless. My only hope was that Mom and Dad would be waiting in the room. That they could explain to Eddie and me what had happened. Oh no, Eddie cried. We had reached the end of the final hallway, the hotel restaurant where the other side of that curtained door should be, but there was no door, no restaurant. Eddie and I were staring at a solid wall. You'll bump into Mr. Bean. I mean, he mimes the whole thing, so I mean, he'd be able to be like doing his goofy little mom stuff. Hi, baby. Chapter 20. Oh, I think we're in the Hang on, how many chapters we got? Whoa! Wow, this one has 33. I'm actually kind of surprised. Usually it's like 25. This is a more, I don't want to say grown up, but this is like a little more sophisticated story than we're used to, because usually by chapter 20, fucking nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. It's usually like the last 4 chapters of a Goosebumps book where the shit hits the fan. But this one was actually pretty, it's getting there. Chapter 20. No! Eddie wailed. Let us out! Let us out of here! I tugged him away. This must be the wrong hallway, I told him. Maybe a wrong turn. No! He protested. This is the right hallway. I know it is. Oh shit, did she poop on me? Or are you saying that she might do it? Did you poop on me? I just got this out of the dryer. Asshole. I turned and saw a narrow hallway leading off to the right. The voices seemed to be floating through this hall I hadn't noticed before. Voices and laughter. That must be the restaurant down there, I told Eddie. See, we just had one more turn to make. We'll be out of here in a few seconds. His face brightened a little. The voices and laughter grew louder as we made our way down the narrow corridor. Bright yellow light shone out from an open doorway at the end. As we stepped into the doorway, we both cried out in surprise. This wasn't the hotel restaurant we had our tea in. Or this was not the hotel restaurant we had tea in. I grabbed Eddie's arms as I stared in shock around the enormous room. 2 blazing fireplaces provided the only light. People in strange costumes. I made the joke, but this is this is eyes wide shut shit. You got me, Brandon. Oh no, these kids are too young to know about this shit. People in strange costumes sat on low benches. Oh honey, those aren't benches! Around long wooden tables, no! A whole deer or elk was turning on a spit, roasting over a fire. Again, with the CR in the curt of the floor. I think it's supposed to be center of the floor. I think you're right. I think it is supposed to be center. The tables were piled high with full... By the way, that's the 3rd time we've seen CRT there. Didn't see any plates or maybe the 4th time. Didn't see any plates or serving platters. The food just strewn about over the long tables. People reached in and pulled what they wanted. They ate noisily, talking loudly and laughing and singing. Taking drinks from wine cups or metal wine cups and slapping the cups on the table. They're all eating with their hands, Eddie exclaimed. Gross! I never eat with my hands. Except when I have burgers and pizza and french fries and chicken nuggets. But other stuff I don't eat. Therefore, I am superior. People has furniture fetish incoming. Pretty sure that's where you're going to. He was right. I didn't see any silverware at the table's priorities. Who fucking cares how they're eating? You should probably be focused on what's going on around you, children. Just saying. 2 chickens squawking loudly, fluttering across the floor, chased by a large brown dog. A woman had 2 babies on her lap. 2 babies! She ignored them while she was chewing on a large hunk of meat. Her tits were out while she was feeding them. It was weird. I mean, it was medieval times. They don't fucking care. It's a costume party, whispered Eddie. This would be where those guys in the hood were going. I gazed in amazement at the colorful costumes in the room. Long robes, loose-fitting pajama-type outfits. Oh no, don't describe them. I was looking a bit more, and I think the reason why CRT appears in the digital copies is because of scanning error. Oh, I gotcha. Medieval England next, just like Dragonheart. Oh, I love the movie Dragonheart. I've been wanting to rewatch that. I am the last one. That made me sad. But weirdly enough, they had a bunch of toys that I came across at a thrift store a number of years ago that I regret not buying because they were really fucking cool. Apparently I don't know if they had planned like a sequel or a prequel or something like that, but they had other dragons, like ones that were not in the movie. They had Sean Connery dragon, but then they had like a bunch of other ones. They had like a 3-headed one, like King Ghidorah. It was interesting. And the only reason I knew that's what they were is because I took a picture, like I searched online to find them. I wish I would have gotten the main dragon, the I can't remember the dragon's name. I want to say it was a pretty cool name, actually. A two-headed dragon toy. Sorry, yeah, two-headed dragon toy. Draco, thank you. Sean Connery. I really liked that movie when I was a kid. That and Ever After, for some reason, I gravitated towards those two movies. I guess I just really wanted to be a medieval maiden saved by an attractive Prince Humperdinck looking ass dude, but nicer, or a dragon, or a whole ass dragon. I remember those when I was a kid. I had the Draco toy. It was cool because his mouth opened. That's what I thought was really neat. But the mouth was broken, and the store people like taped his mouth shut, which I was a little upset about. Again, I regret not buying that because it was really cool. Let's see here. Can you tell us how to get out of here? I repeated, or I repeated. Oh, excuse me, sir. I said, excuse me. I repeated. Can you tell us how to get out of this hotel? You know, when you're done doing whatever you're doing on that table over there. Is that a corn cob? Oh, you know what? We're gonna leave. We're gonna go. Oh shit! There were sequels and prequels. I didn't know that. Oh, I thought there was only just the one movie. Well, good for them. I have to look into that later. He stared at me without replying, stared as if he'd never seen a 12-year-old girl in jeans and a t-shirt before. Two little girls wearing gray dresses down to the floor walked up to Eddie and me, staring at us with the same shocked expression. Their streaky blonde hair fell wild and tangled behind their backs. It looks like they'd never been brushed in their lives. Ew, are you poor? Get away from me. Ugh. Oh, another gnat. They pointed at us and giggled, and I suddenly realized the entire room grew silent, as if somebody had turned a knob and clicked off the sound. I turned to find everyone in the room gaping open-mouthed in wonder, staring in silence at Eddie and me. Sorry to interrupt your weird costume party. That guy appears to have a wet stain in front of his fox costume. You might want to address that. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. I let out a cry of surprise as they all climbed noisily to their feet. Food toppled. Long benches clattering to the floor. More children pointed and giggled. Even the chickens seemed to stop clucking and strutting. Yeah, because there's like a bunch of noise all of a sudden. They got scared. A medieval record scratch. A mandolin record scratch. And then an enormous red-faced man in a long white gown raised his hand and pointed at Eddie and me. It's them, he bellowed. It's them. The kids are in Camelot, like that stupid movie. Chapter 21. Do they know us? Eddie whispered to me. We stared back at them. Everyone seemed to freeze in place. The man stopped turning the deer on the spit. The man in the white gown slowly lowered his hand. His face darkened to a bright scarlet as he gaped at us in amazing. We just want to leave, I said. No one moved. No one replied. Can anyone here help us? I asked. Silence. Who are these strange people and why are they staring at us? We better get out of here, Eddie. I whispered. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but they were all excitedly muttering with expressions of delight on their face, and I didn't like the way they were moving along the wall, moving to get behind us and surround us. Eddie, run! I screamed. Angry cries rang out as we both spun around and hurtled towards the open door. Dogs barked, children cried. We darted back to the dark hallway and kept running. I could still feel the heat of the fire on my face. Their excited, angry cries followed us through the long hallway. Gasping for breath and glanced back, we expected to see them chasing us, but the hall was empty. We turned the corner and kept going. Light candles flickered on both sides of us. The floorboards groaned under our shoes. The eerie dim light and the voices far behind us. We turned another corner and kept running. The misty candlelight blurred as I ran. I'm floating through a dark orange cloud, I thought. Do these empty candle hallways ever end? Eddie and I both cried out happily as a door appeared in front of us, a door we had never seen before. It has to lead outside, I told myself. Why? No reason, but we're just gonna assume. We raced to the door, but we didn't slow down as we reached it. We pushed hard, the door flew open. We stepped out into bright sunlight. Outside! We have escaped the dark maze of the hotel doors. It took a few seconds for a harsh white glare to fade from my eyes. I blinked slowly, and then I gazed up and down street. Oh no! I grabbed my brother's arms. Oh no! What has happened? Buy trinkets, sample our wares, sing a canticle with her. Oh God, Jesus. Sing a merry joke. Court jester. Show the kids the funny thing where you break one of your fingers. And then it turns black from gangrene. Then we cut it off. And then we throw it to the dogs. Such a delight. Chapter 22. It's daytime, Eddie stammered. Everything has changed. I felt as if we were watching a movie and the scene had changed, and suddenly it was the next day or the next week, and I was in a completely different place. I had only been a few seconds had passed since Eddie and I had burst out of the hotel, but in that time, everything had changed. There were no cars, no buses, the streets had vanished, replaced by a lumpy dirt road. They still haven't figured this out. Man, our parents are going through an elaborate prank right now. I mean, like soft golf clap. Good for them. The tall buildings disappeared. The road was dotted with white cottages and flat roofs and low wooden shacks. A tall mound of straw stood beside the nearest cottage. Chickens clucked and strutted across the road or stood in front of cottages pecking in the dirt. Where are we? Not where, Eddie. It is a win. It looks like we stepped back in time, I said in a hushed voice. Look at the people. They're dirty and clearly poor, Eddie. They're ew. They're just not our types. I'm so confused. So, I'm sorry, did Todd Sama do this? 'Cause I guess when he stole the little white balls? I don't quite. The hotel was gone. Sue, we've got to get back to the hotel. I'm very mixed up. Me too. Like, wait, is this what London looks like? Like, no, dude, we clearly stepped back in time. Really, you think the fucking Oliver Twist is what's current right now? No, Eddie, you idiot. Smack you in the back of your head. I heard someone whistling. A blonde-haired boy dressed in an outfit made of black and brown rags appeared from behind a long building. He carried a bundle of sticks in his arms. He seemed about my age. Hey, I called. Hi. He peered over the bundle of sticks at me. His blue eyes widened in surprise. Good day to you, miss, he said. His accent was so strange I could... Oh, good day to you, miss, he said. His accent was so strange I could barely understand him. Good day? Are ye travelers? The boy asked, shifting the bundle onto his shoulder. Yeah. But my brother and I are lost and we can't find the hotel. He narrowed his blue eyes at me and appeared to be thinking, hotel? Yeah, why are you yelling? He repeated. Can you tell me where that is? The Berkeley. Our hotel, he repeated. Can you tell us where it is? Berkeley, he repeated. Hotel? I don't... Yeah, I just waited for him to reply, but he just stared back at me. I don't know these phone words, he said finally. Hotel, I cried impatiently. You fucking peasant! You know, the Berkeley, the fancy one with the chandelier, something you've probably never seen before. Back in time to Camelot, medieval England. Oh, thank you. I was very proud of that British accent, that very Cockney shit. Maybe stay at the Abbey, he replied, pointing at the long, narrow building behind us. No, I mean, oh my god. I must be getting back to the woods along home. I don't know why I keep trying. And he headed down the road. Eddie, doesn't know what a hotel is. Ew. Why doesn't he know what a hotel is? I turned back. Eddie was gone. Oh my sides. Baby, if you're so tired, why are you eating? I know you want to be around me. You're my little magnet bird, but if you're so tired, you go to bed. You go to your favorite spot and go to sleep. Eddie! My voice grew higher and more frightened as I called his name. Where'd he go? Eddie! Two women glanced up from their vegetable picking. Did you see where my brother went? I called to them. They shook their heads and returned to their work. Oh! I had to jump out of the road as a cart pulled by a groaning, grunting ox came barreling past. The driver, a fat-chested man in his pouchy skin darkened by the sun, probably never wore sunblock in his life, slapped the ropes that served as reins, and he bellowed at the oxes to move faster. What a jerk. Shh. Blood, my good man. The OL with you. What's next, Draco or Merlin? Going to help out those American kids out? No. Would you? I mean, there's something that the Brits recognize in them that they didn't want to help them. Hell, one of them couldn't even call a taxi or the cops for them. As the wagon rolled past, its wooden wheels sank into the mud, leaving deep ridges in the road. Chickens clucked and scurried out of the way. The two women didn't even glance up. Eddie, are you back here? I pulled open the door to the Abbey and peered inside. The long candlelit hallway stretched before me. I could see men in hooded robes gathered at the doorway. We just came from there. Eddie wouldn't go back inside, so where is he? How can he run off and leave me here? How can he just disappear like that? You're really fucking insecure, or really fucking insensitive there, Eddie. Why don't you think about what I want, alright? I called his name a few more times, but then my throat tightened, and I felt dry. My mouth felt dry as cotton. Eddie? I called weakly. Don't panic, Sue, I told myself. You'll find him. Just don't panic. But it was too late. I was already really scared. Eddie wouldn't suddenly wander off. He was too scared to leave. So where is he? I peered into the open doorway of a cottage. A sour smell floated out from inside. I could see a crude wooden table and a couple of wooden stools. No one in there. I made my way behind the cottage. A grassy pasture stretched up a gently sloping hill. 4 or 5 cows stood halfway up the hill, and their heads lowered as they chewed the grass. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called to my brother, but the only reply was a soft mooing of a cow. Oh no! He's been turned into a cow. Do medieval people know how to cook fish and chips? No! They don't. These savages. How dare they? They're too busy trying to survive the Black Plague, man. They don't have time for this. I guess I'll have to search every cottage, I decided. Eddie couldn't have gone very far. This chick thinks she's Link, where she could just go into somebody's house and just break pots and shit, looking for her brother. I had taken a few steps towards the next cottage when a shadow slid over the road. Startled, I raised my eyes and stared at the black figure blocking my path. His black cape fluttered behind him in the wind. He wore a new black hat! He got a new hat! It's his backup. He's like, this one isn't as nice, and it didn't cost $200. This one cost $100, which is fine, I guess. But it's not the one that has the feather in its cap like my Trilby. Just gotta deal with this one. One I got from the haberdashery down on 2nd. But no, now I'm back in time. There is no wait, no. Wait, no, there would still be haberdasheries. I don't think Trilbys were a thing back in medieval. He wore a new black hat and his pale, oh wow, and his pale face poked out from under his dark brim. How, I know weather in London is like notoriously gloomy, but Jesus, why can this fellow hide his face? $100 or £100, oi mate! Chapter 24. I stepped back out of his shadow and I raised my hands to my cheeks, and stared at him in horrified silence. Ah! It's time for us to go, he said softly, moving closer. Where's Eddie? Do you know where he is? Why, Eddie, he snickered. Don't worry about Eddie, he replied with a sneer. He's currently dusting my anime figures. Yes, all my anime figures, even the ones where the tops come off. So, how you like that, Sue-chan? Eh? Like how I would take charge of things, you know, like kidnapping your brother and making him polish my weird collection of half-naked anime girls. Do not worry about Eddie. He took another step forward. It made me shiver. Are you sure you just weren't like, ugh? To the Hatman I must go. Well used anime. Oh no! You like it? Oh, Brandon, you're adorable. I don't understand. Who are you? Why are you chasing us? Where are we? My frantic questions only made him chuckle. You know me, he replied softly. He's like, I am famous in the chat rooms. I'm also the #2 most... God damn it, I don't know shooting games. I'm the best player in Counter-Strike. Well, the best male player anyway. There's one girl, but she didn't want to go out with me, so she's a bitch. So I'm the best at Counter-Strike because my dumbass cannot think. Call of Duty! Damn it! Fuck! Call of Duty! God damn it! Oh wait, maybe I'm crossing the streams with nerds. God damn it! Thank you, Horntoad. I don't know what's happening. I don't know you. Your questions cannot delay your fate, he replied. Cool, then answer them. If they're not gonna, fine, whatever. Join me, Su-chan. Become my waifu, and we can rule over all of Nippon. All the mankas will draw, or all of the manka will draw our every whim. We will listen to brilliant soundtracks all day, like Mononoke Hane. The right way to say it. Call back. Favorite anime girl is Toru from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid? Oh, I'm not familiar, but God, there's so many nowadays. I can't keep up. You've got the wrong girl. I don't know you. He shook his head. Come with me now, he said firmly. I know women love when a man is firm and sure in his masculinity. Albedo from Overlord? I'm gonna have to look these people up. Or these characters, I guess. I won't come with you, I screamed. My hands were still pressed hard against my cheeks. So she's like this the whole time? Like Macaulay Culkin? His boots sank heavily as he strode forward. Oh, he's striding, is he? I glanced around, getting ready to run. Would my trembling legs carry me? Do not think of running away, my sweet Su-chan. Uda. I can't even say them. I'll personally sing Sukadene for us every night. I do like that song though. It's a very beautiful song, but that is really funny. That's good job there. Does he just have that poor woman like chained on in like a little tube where he keeps raising it lower? It's like, play it again. She's like, please, my voice, it needs to rest. I had no time to struggle, no time to break free. The ground started to rumble and I heard a groaning sound, ew, and a heavy slapping sound, ew! Baby, don't look, you're only 12. Another ox cart bounced around the corner. The cart moved so fast, a blur of moaning animals and grinding wheels. The black cape man released his grasp on me and leaped back as the cart rolled at us. Wait, what? Oh no! I saw his black hat fly off. Oh, he's losing his hat collection, all trying to chase a girl who is just not interested. She's cryogenically frozen and he thaws her out. I saw him stagger back off balance. It was all the time I needed. I bent as I wheeled around and started to run and bent as low as I ran, hiding beside the grunting, straining ox. Then I turned sharply and dove between two small cottages. I caught a glimpse of the black-caped man as I darted past the cottages. He was bending up to pick his... Oh, he probably has a wipe. Oh, God. This is like old-timey, medieval. That's like that floor, depending on the time, that's like covered in human and animal feces and piss and just all kinds of shit you don't want on your trilby, your $100 trilby. They're cooking that. Oh my God. Keeping low, I ran along the back of the cottages. The green pasture stretched to my left, nowhere to hide there. The cottages grew closer and closer together, and I heard crying children, a woman roasting some kind of blood-red sausage over a fire. She called out to me as I ran past, but I didn't slow down to reply. Two scrawny black hounds came yapping after me, snapping at my legs. Glancing back, I could see the tall, dark figure gliding easily over the grass. His cape sweeping... Where did he get a Segway? Is he chasing her on a Segway? His cape sweeping behind him. He's catching up, I realized. I have to find a hiding place now. I ducked between two small cottages and nearly ran into a large red-headed woman carrying a baby. Startled, the woman squeezed the baby to her chest. "You got to hide me!" I cried breathlessly. "I can't listen to another 4 hours of a Naruto lore. For the love of God, I don't fucking care about that. I don't fucking care about Boruto. Please, I beg of you." She goes, "I don't know what any of those words mean, but go away from here," the woman replied. She seemed more frightened than unfriendly. "Please, I'm begging you. He's chasing me. He wants to make me into his next waifu pillow. Please. I'm begging of you." We could both see the black-caped man running closer. The woman had her eyes on the black-caped man. She turned to me and shrugged her broad shoulders. "No." Just no. I let out a long sigh of defeat, and I knew I couldn't run any farther. I knew the caped man would capture me easily. The woman pressed the baby against the front of her black dress. "I'll pay you," I blurted out. I suddenly remembered the coins in my pocket, the coins that the taxi driver refused to take. I shoved my hand in my pocket and pulled out the coins. Take them, just hide me, please." I jammed the coin in the woman's free hand. As she raised her hands to examine them, her eyes bulged and her mouth dropped open. "Gold sovereigns!" she exclaimed in a hushed tone. I saw these only once when I was a little lass." Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. They're supposed to have an accent. She dropped the coins in her dress, then shoved me through the doorway of her little cottage. It smelled like fish inside. Ugh. I saw 3 cots on the floor beside a bare hearth. "Quick! Into the kindling basket," the woman instructed. "It's empty." She pushed me again. Oh, this is gonna be a Hansel and Gretel shit. She pushed me again toward the large straw box with the lid. I pushed up the lid and scrambled inside. On my hands and knees, I crouched in the rough straw bottom of the box. I struggled to stop panting, to stop my heart from thudding in my chest. The woman had taken the coins gladly, I realized. She didn't think that they were play money as the taxi driver did. Those coins were very old. I decided, well, shit, I probably should have kept them. "Jenny, you like your hairstyle?" "Oh, thank you." Yeah, I was trying to go for like a curly, like 80s kind of look because I had like the flip, but it all fell flat because it's a little too there's too much moisture in the air today because it's been like rainy and gloomy all day, so my hair just fell flat. But thank you. I also have, I don't know if you know, if you were here earlier, but I also have blonde in the back of my hair again. You just can't really see it the way it is. He's making whooshing sounds he's going whoosh. A chill ran down my trembling body, and I suddenly knew why everything looked you just figured out that you traveled back in time to a medieval England, not England, medieval London. The Caped Man brought us back here with those white stones, those fucking stones. How do I get out of the past and back to my real time? Okay, but it doesn't explain why, unless it was like an alternate world, or you got rid of your parents somehow. But if your parents are gone, how are you alive? This is like a Back to the Future thing. If they fade away, wouldn't you go too? I could hear voices outside the cottage, the woman's voice, and the deep booming voice of the black caped man yelling something, or yelling something about cards. And stupid fucking child card game, god damn it. And I held my breath so I could hear their words. She's right in here, sire. Oh, you bitch, you fucking turncoat. Where is she? I put her in this box for you, sire. The woman replied, she's all wrapped up. Take her away. Ah! Is the sheriff of Nottingham? Is there a time travel story where the main character never figures out they're in the past because they're too dumb? No, but there should be. You get the right writer to do that, and it would be fucking hysterical. Kate Man is the sheriff of Nottingham. My heart jumped in my throat. I suddenly saw red. That woman took my money, and then she gave away my hiding place. See, this is what I get for trusting a poor person. I'm sorry. I'm being an ass. I don't know why I've made her, or I've turned Sue into a prejudiced asshole against poor people all of a sudden, but I was still crouched on my hands and knees, so angry. Well, that's kind of a weird position to be angry in, but you do you, boo. My entire body went numb. Taking a deep breath, I twisted around and tried to push open the straw lid, and I let out a disappointed groan when it didn't budge. It must have been clasped shut, or the caped man was holding it down. It didn't matter. I was helpless. The basket suddenly moved, knocking me against its side, and I could feel it sliding over the floor of the cottage. Hey! Let me out! I cried. The basket bounced again, and then I felt it slide some more. Lass! Lass! I lifted my head. I heard the woman whispering at me. I'm so sorry. I hope you'll find it in my heart to forgive me, but I dare not go against the Lord High Executioner. The... What did you say? The basket slid faster, bumped harder, bumped again. What? Hey, wait, what did you say? I did not hear her voice again. All I heard was the whining of horses. I was tossed against one side and then the other as the basket was lifted up. Soon after, the basket bounced and shook, and I heard the steady click-clops of horses' hooves. A helpless prisoner inside a straw basket. I knew it was in some kind of carriage or horse cart. The Lord High Executioner... Wait, she forgot to put XXX, Lord High Executioner XXX between it. A basket of fish fingers. Help! These commoners have ratted me out to this Magfest reject. Poor Sue and Eddie. The shaggy man in the black cape and the black hat. Oh, baby. This is Sepia, baby. Look at her, so cute and sleepy. I don't know how she's able to sleep with me, like, yelling at her, or yelling right next to her. Lord High Executioner Todd Sama. Inside my dark prison, I began to shudder. I could not stop the chills that rolled down my back until my entire body felt cold and numb and tingly. The words kept repeating in my mind like a terrifying chant. XXX Lord High Executioner XXX _ terrifying. Then I asked myself, what does he want? Take a fucking guess what an executioner wants with you. Good lord. Chapter 27. The wagon stopped with a jolt, then a minute or so later started up again. Bounding inside my basket, I lost all track of time. Where is he taking me? And why me? My head hit the front of the basket as we jolted to another stop. My body was drenched in a cold sweat. The air of the box had become sour. Probably because you're stuck right next to Lord Executioner. I let out a cry when the lid suddenly flew open. The harsh sunlight made me shield my eyes. Remove her! I heard the booming voice of the executioner. Strong arms grabbed me roughly and tugged me from the straw box. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw that I was being lifted by two gray uniformed soldiers. They set me on my feet, but my legs gave way and I crumbled to the dirt. Stand her up. He needs player 2 for Turtles in Time. You can't. I mean, to be fair, Super Shredder was pretty fucking hard in the original, trying to play it alone. But then again, I'm also bad at video games, so maybe it was easier, and I just remember it differently. I gazed up into the sun at him. His face was hidden once again in the shadow of his dark hat. I want this type of hat. It can somehow cast shadows that defy all color spectrum. And Executioner wants a bacon sandwich. Fucker probably smells like a bacon sandwich. Coming out of his pores, that's all he eats. That and like hot chips or hot fries. Bacon sandwich. I played the TMNT arcade game. That one's fun. I like that one a lot. Okay, so I was remembering that correctly. Super Shredder was hard. His face was hidden once again in the shadow of his dark hat. All I could see was the glimpse and the sparkle of his brand new shirt that he wore. Oh fuck! God damn it! I had an Applejack. Somehow I knew Applejack would be his favorite My Little Pony motherfucker. Let me go! Why are you doing this? The executioner didn't reply. The soldiers held on to me until I couldn't stand on my own. You've made a terrible mistake! I told him, but my voice trembled with more fear than anger. You've got the wrong girl. I don't know why I'm here, who you think I am, but I'm not that, whoever you think I am. Again, he did not reply. As I turned to... He gave a signal with one hand, and the guards took my arms and turned me around. As I turned away from the executioner, away from the sun, a dark castle rose in front of me. I saw the wall, the courtyard, the dark, slender towers looming over the stone castle. The Terror Tower. He had brought me to the Terror Tower. Are they going to take her up there and Eddie's already in the room? Rainbow Dash and Applejack. Oh, so Applejack is a real... Okay, wow, that was a shot in the dark because I had a feeling that Applejack was a character, but I couldn't remember for sure. She's the little yellow one, right? Is she the one with like the little the accent? Yeehaw. This is where Eddie and I had seen him for the first time. This is where the executioner had chased us. In the 21st century, in my time, in the time where I belonged, hundreds of years in the future, not in this place where it doesn't even have hotels. This is bullshit. Somehow Eddie and I had been dragged back into the past, to a time we didn't belong. The executioner led the way, and the soldiers gripped my arms firmly, pulling me through the courtyard. You know what I think what the twist is gonna be? I'm gonna plant this seed. It's probably wrong, because I think it might be a little too clever, I think. Well, not clever. I think it might be... I'm probably thinking more than the Stein was. But I wonder if somehow the original Prince and Princess... Because remember, they mentioned them. They were very specific about staying on them. Somehow, they're like, fuck this. We're going to somehow go back in time and pull these two assholes into our time, and then we'll escape with their parents. And then we get to live like a normal life, and they could be smothered instead of us. That's kind of what I think is going to happen, which is real fucked. Which I don't think it is going to happen because that's really fucked up. But it would be the first time we had two main characters die at the end of an R.L. Stein book. But again, this is a kid's book. I don't think they're going to do that. The executioner led the way. The soldiers gripped my arms firmly, pulling me through the courtyard towards the castle entrance. The courtyard was jammed with silent, grim-looking people dressed in rags and tattered, stained gowns. They stared at me as I was dragged past. Some of them stood hunched like scarecrows, their eyes vacant, their faces blank, as if their minds were somewhere else. A bare-chested old man sat under a tree, frantically scratching his greasy, tangled white hair with both hands. A young man pressed a filthy rag against a deep cut in his dirt-caked foot. Babies cried and wailed. Men and women sat in dirt, moaned and muttered to themselves. These sad, filthy people were all prisoners. I realized I was being... You didn't have to add filthy. From your description, we can gather that. And now I feel less bad for treating her like a classist asshole, because apparently she is. These sad, filthy people. I remember our tour guide, Mr. Starks, telling us that the castle had been a fort first and then a prison. Looks like a good time for magic now. I know, the old plot switcheroo. Yeah, that's what Prince Sue and Prince Edward. What a twist! It would be, what, Prince Susanna, I guess? I shook my head sadly, wishing I were back on the tour in the future, in a time where I belonged, and not with these filthy people. Get these pores away from me. 'Tis poor, loathsome, abject, pathetic, filthy, scabby, dirt and mud-ridden, lice-infected people. That's a pretty good one, too. I love that chat is always so fucking funny. You guys are real clever and super witty. I cried out helplessly as I tried to tug myself loose from the soldier's grip, but they were too big and strong. I disagree. They probably could have knocked that. Look, sneeze on them, and you're gonna take it. Woo! Oh, that's another good twist. She brings like 21st century germs back to medieval. Well, they'd probably get her first. Well, no, she'd be vaccinated, right? So she'd probably be fine. All you gotta do is do a hearty in the face of one of them. There you go. There you go. Half of Europe is dead now because of that one cough. I've been to Warwick Castle, England. Really? Did they do anything special for Halloween, or were you just going there for like the experience? Because I know it's not as big there as it is over here. But that sounds really cool. Maybe one of these years I'll actually do, because one of my bucket lists is I really want to go to Tokyo on Halloween night, because that is a huge deal. Like they have embraced Halloween like I have never seen another culture do. It's well, I mean, obviously besides the main like obviously Irish and American, Canadian, like they are about it, and I love watching videos of the past. They have like the fun costume like the mundane costume contest, which I really love. Oh shit, that's right. I gotta like mark some type of reminder, because there's a person who well, I don't know if there's shit, they might not even still there, but there's a obscure YouTube channel that I actually watched a live stream of that happening, which I thought was really cool. I don't even know if they're still around. Sue goes back and she's really the introduction vector for the Black Plague. That's what I'm saying. I think ultimate revenge. She's like, oh, okay, you're gonna drag my ass back here, and you, prince and princess, are gonna like do the old switcheroo. Well, I'm gonna kill everybody you've ever known. Celtic legends with gods and goddesses. And the Stonehenge. Ah. That is really cool. That is really cool. Nice, Spider-Man. Oh my god. It just gets worse. I cried out help. Oh, sorry. The The stone stairs curved round and around. We passed a cell on a narrow landing. Glancing towards it, I saw it was jammed with prisoners. They stood in silence against the bars, their faces yellow, dirty, and expressionless. Many of them didn't even look up as I passed. Good, because I didn't want their poor gaze on me, Sue. This is wrong. All wrong. I'm not like you guys. I'm upper middle class. It's the 90s. That still existed back then. A hard shove from behind me sent me sprawling into the tiny tower room. I stumbled to the floor, landing on my elbows and knees. I heard the heavy door slam behind me. Yeah, you can do it. Kill half of Europe. Oh, it absolutely is Spider-Man. That's like the well, I mean, like, Europe just has like a insane, well, there's just so much to see, and because it's such an old country, there's all that architecture that some of them, I'm still surprised a lot of them are standing, but I'm sure that has a lot to do with them trying to like restore it or just keep it from falling down. And every time I hear anyone talk about a castle, I just think back to, I think her name's Enya, the singer. We're just like, fuck it, I made a bunch of money on this one thing. I was the background for an Eminem song. I was gonna buy a castle and I'm gonna live there alone with my cats. And I was like, living the fucking dream. Except I would probably obviously have Boyd's. Yeah, kids, just move this a little bit. She's sleepy. She's sleeping. She's doing like, her little head is actually in her wing. Sleepy girl. This is probably the sweetest she'll be in a while. Ooh. We're almost done. We only have a couple chapters left, and this is gonna be the end of it. Did you have the pure? I sure didn't. I'm just aware. I just found her story fascinating. Are you okay? Or Sue, I heard a familiar voice. Are you okay? I raised myself to my knees. Eddie, I cried happily. How'd you get here? My little brother had been sitting on the floor against the wall. Are you okay? He repeated. I nodded. Are you okay? I guess, he replied. He had a long dirt smear down one side of his face. His dark hair was matted wetly against his forehead. His eyes were red-rimmed and frightened. The Cape Man grabbed me, Eddie said, back in town in the street, when the ox cart came by. I tried to call to you, Eddie said, but the Cape Man covered my mouth. He handed me to his soldiers and then pulled me behind one of the cottages. That is awful, I cried, holding back my tears. Now you look like one of the dirty poors, too. One of the soldiers lifted me onto his horse, and I tried to squirm away, but I couldn't. He brought me to the castle and dragged me up to the tower. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that, Eddie. We can intuit from that little bit of information. The Wicker Man? Oh yeah, of course. I think any horror fan has seen that movie at least once. I like the part with the lady who sings naked. I actually have that song on my phone because I really like it. Hey ho, who is that? Man, she really wanted to fuck that virgin cop. It's so awful. The Caped Man, he's a Lord High Executioner, I told my brother. That's what I heard a woman call him. The words made my brother gasp. His dark eyes locked onto mine. Executioner? But why does he want us? Eddie demanded. Why are we locked in this horrible tower? I sobbed. I don't know. Eddie and I huddled together in the center of the room. Yeah, there's the CRT again. I heard the bolt slide to one side. The door slowly began to open. Someone was coming for us. Chapter 28. Yeah, I butchered it. I can't sing worship, but that's it's gonna be stuck in my head now. A white-haired man stepped into the room. His hair was wild and long and fell in thick tangles. He had a short beard that ended in a sharp point. Merlin! He wore a purple robe that flowed down to the floor. His eyes were as purple as his robe. They squinted at first Eddie and then me. You have returned, he said solemnly. Who are you? I cried. Why have you locked us in this tower? Let us out, Eddie demanded shrilly. The long purple robe swept over the floor as the white-haired... Oh, this is the Dungeons and Dragons friend that's trying to slowly... It's like, you know, Todd was cool at first, but now he's really fucking annoying. I'm just gonna start, like distancing myself, but I have to do it slowly, otherwise I'll never fucking hear the end of it. You do not remember me? Of course not, Eddie cried. We don't belong here with you. You've made a bad mistake, I told him. You do not remember me, he said, rubbing his pointed beard, but you will. He seemed gentle, kind, not at all like the executioner. Still smelled just as bad, but you know, medieval England and all. But as his strange purple eyes locked onto mine, I felt a shiver of fear. This man was powerful, I realized, and dangerous. I wish it were in my power to release you, Edward, Susanna. Wait a minute. I held up my hand to signal stop. Just wait a minute. My name is Sue. It's not Susanna. Alright? Well, is it... Sue is short for either Susan or Susanna. And she's like super pissy about it. The old man's hand disappeared into his deep pockets. Perhaps I should introduce myself, he said. My name is Morgrid. There we go, Morgrid. I am the king's sorcerer. The old man's hand disappeared into the deep pockets of his robe. Oh, sorry. Do you do magic tricks? Eddie! Look, I get it. You're stressed, but now's not the time. He might do card tricks later. Tricks? The old man seemed confused. Did you order us locked up here? I asked him. Did you have us brought back in time? It isn't an easy story to tell, Susanna, Margaret replied. You and Edward have to believe. Stop calling me Susanna motherfucker. And I'm not Edward, I insisted. I'm Eddie. Everybody calls me Eddie. Again, Eddie is just a nickname for Edward, you shits. Can't imagine why your parents abandoned you in another country. Todd and I were nerd brothers, but he fell to the dark side, the weeb side. It is like the D&D cartoon. I watched that off and on too because it was syndicated on... The fuck was it? Was that Boomerang? I can't remember. But that, I don't know why I was drawn... Like, that and the Thundercats. I guess it had to have been Cartoon Network then, because Cartoon Network had that. And I used to watch that when I was getting ready in high school before school. The old man removed his hand from his robes. He placed one hand on Eddie's shoulder and one on mine. I had better start with the biggest surprise of all, he told us. You are not Eddie and Sue. You do not live in the 21st century. I gotcha. You live in this shithole. Oh, boys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. What are you saying? I cried. You really are Edward and Susanna. You are the Prince and Princess of York, and you have been ordered to the tower by your uncle, the king. Why? We know who we are. You've made a big mistake, Eddie cried. I suddenly felt cold all over. Morgrid's words echoed in my ears. You are not really Eddie and Sue. You are Edward and Susanna! I took a step back out from under his hand, and I studied his face. Was he joking? Was he Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be making jokes right now. His eyes only revealed sadness. I do not expect you to believe me, Margaret said, returning his hands to his robe pockets, but my words are true. Do I sound like Sean Connery? No, it sounds like you just reverted back to your Clayface. Your Clayface voice. No! I think it sounds like Sean Connery. I think it's a great voice. I tried to help you escape your fate. You threw our asses into the 21st century instead of, like, just sending us to another country? As he said this, the voice of Mr. Starks, the tour guide, returned to my ear. He remembered the story he had told. I remembered the fate of Prince Edward and Prince Susanna. You didn't know their fucking names until now, and she's really believing this without any real evidence. Smothered with pillows. The king ordered to smother them. But we're not them. You're just confused. Maybe Eddie and I look like them. Maybe we look a lot like them. But we're not a prince. We're not a prince and princess. We're two kids from the 21st century. Morgred shook his head solemnly. I cast a spell, he explained. I erased your memories. You were locked in this tower and I wanted you to escape. First I whisked you away to the safety of the abbey. And sent you as far to the future as I could. Why did you bring him back? That's not true. It's not true. I'm Eddie, not Edward. I'm Eddie. Margaret sighed. Just Eddie? He asked, keeping his voice low and soft. What's your full name, Eddie? Harlstein must be like, man, I'm so good at foreshadowing after doing the same setup like 30 times. Yeah, no shit. Eddie and I don't know our last names, I realize, and we don't know where we live. When I sent you far to the future, I gave you new memories and parents and an extended family, I guess. And had the backstory that your parents were in England for some kind of meeting. I am a genius sorcerer, and that's the best I can fucking do. Your parents. What are our parents? Your parents, the rightful king and queen, are dead, Margaret told us. Your uncle has named himself king, and he has ordered you to the tower to get you out of the way. If you notice carefully, this has been skillfully foreshadowed. I gave you new memories of terrible, neglectful parents. Figured that'd be easier to swallow than, like, dead ones. So, you're welcome. I mean, rude. He's gonna have us murdered. I stammered. Margaret nodded, shutting his eyes. Yes, I'm afraid he is. His men will be here soon. There's no way I can stop him. I mean, maybe I could just, like, go into the future with you, so I won't be completely fucked over. Maybe we can have, like, a Studio Ghibli kind of thing. Get a Howl's Moving Castle going. A Margaret Moving Castle. Eh? No? Well, fuck you kids. I don't really care what happened to you anyway. I don't believe this, Eddie murmured. I really don't. But all I could see is the sadness in Margaret's purple eyes and hear his soft, low voice. The sorcerer was telling the truth. The horror of the truth was sinking in. My brother and I weren't two random kids from the Midwest visiting England as our parents went on a vague and not really explained meeting. I tried to send you as far away from this tower as possible. Possible. Help, Uncle Merlin. I gave you new... I will be your new neglectful parent in the future. Help, Uncle Merlin. The Lord High Executioner was spying on me, Margaret explained, lowering his... You're a fucking sorcerer! If you can send two people back into the past, surely you can just do that snap thing like that one guy from Full Metal Alchemist who could light shit on fire. The captain? He was pretty cool. He's like, no, can't. The only thing I can do is send people back in time and then bring them back. It's a real weird specifics power, but it's all I have. But apparently I can't send myself there. He must have known that I wanted to help you escape, and so... He stopped and tilted his head towards the door. Was that a footstep? All three of us listened. Silence now. Morgan continued his story in a whisper. When I cast the spell that sent you into the future, the executioner must have been hidden nearby. He used his 3 white stones to cast the spell. I really shouldn't have given him those on his birthday. What the fuck was I thinking? I knew what they meant, and so did he. Where's Harry Potter when you need them? Yes, Curl Mustang. Yeah, that sounds right. Mustang. Him and his I guess best friend that you're not sure. I was like, are they love interests or are they just close friends? A little ambiguous there. Ooh. Later, he stole the stones and performed the spell himself. He sent himself to the future to bring you back. Why? Why the fuck does he care? You're king. They're in the future. They're not going to come back unless you drag them back. What a fucking idiot. You're the ruler. The 2 people that were the only people who could have taken over the crown are in the future. You moron. You're exactly the type of person that I created. Fucking idiot. He caught you and dragged you back here. Kind of a dick move, if you ask me. It seems pointless. Kind of a plot hole when you really think about it. Margaret took a step forward. He raised his hand and placed it on my forehead. His hand was cold at first, but grew warmer and warmer until I pulled away from blazing heat. As I pulled back, my memory returned. Once again, I became Princess Susanna of York. My true identity. I remembered my parents, the king and queen. All the memories growing up in the royal castle returned. My brother glared angrily at Mogred. What did you do to my sister? He cried, backing up until he bumped into the stone wall. Mogred placed his hands on my brother's forehead, and I watched my brother's expression change as his memory returned, and he realized he really was the prince. How did you do it, Mogred? Edward asked, pushing his dark brown hair off his forehead. How did you send Susanna and me into the future? Can you perform the spell again? Yes! Oh, sorry, I thought that was Margaret. Oh, yes, I cried. Can you perform it once more? Can you send us to the future before the king's men come? It's your kids, Sue and Eddie. Sue, Eddie, we have to go back to the future. He said, Margaret is DeLorean. Margaret shook his head sadly. Alas, I cannot, he murmured. I do not have the 3 stones. As I told you, they were stolen by the High Executioner. A slow smile spread over my brother's face. He reached into his pocket. Here they are, Eddie announced. He winked at me. I stole them back again when the executioner captured me in town. So was he a little thief when he was actually a prince then? Edward handed the stones to Mogred. Fastest hands in all Britannia, he declared. Britannia! Oh my god! I need a power surge equating exactly 21.21 gigawatts to take us back to the future. Margaret did not smile. "'Tis a simple spell, actually," the sorcerer said. He raised his 3 stones into the air and they began to glow. "I just pile the stones up one after the other," Margaret explained. "I wait for them to glow with a bright white heat, and then I pronounce the words Mavurum, Lavaris, Mavaris. And I call out the years of the travelers as which to be sent." I mean, I guess in retrospect, we could have gone back in time and stopped your parents from being murdered. It's not thieving if you're wearing a crown. You know what? I guess that's true. I like to watch Goosebumps Escape from Horrorland on... that's another book I need to read. Morverum, Loveris, and Morvis are 3 prostitutes that I like. I use them as a power. It's delicious. That's what I honestly thought. Thanatos, that's what they were going to use for the magic spells. Kalatu, Parada. How is she sleeping through this? It's usually very quiet in the house by the time it's their bedtime. That's the whole spell? Edward asked, staring at the smooth, glowing stones in Mogred's hands. Mogred nodded. That is the spell, Prince Edward. Well, do it again. Please hurry, I begged him. His expression grew even sadder. I cannot, he said, his voice breaking with emotion. I don't wanna. I'm tired of dealing with you fucking kids. He returned the 3 stones into the pockets of his robe, but then he uttered a long and happy sigh. It is my fondest wish to help you children, he whispered. But if I help you escape again, the king will torture me and put me to a painful death, and then I will not be able to use my magic at all to help the people of Britannia. Tears brimmed in his purple eyes and ran down his wrinkled cheeks. He gazed unhappily at my brother and I only hope that you enjoyed your brief time in the future, he said in a whisper. I stuttered. You really cannot help us, I pled. I cannot, he replied, lowering his eyes to the floor. Even if we ordered you? Edward asked. Even if you ordered me? You're not the ruler right now. You're prisoners. Doctor Strange to the rescue. Which they made new Back to the Future movie. Yeah, I think that's off the table at this point. Though, not unless they start using, like, that CGI thing where they de-age people, but you still would have to have those characters. Well, kids, we're all gonna die here. Even if you ordered me, Margaret repeated. With an emotional cry, he wrapped Edward in a hug. Then he returned and hugged me. I too am helpless, he whispered. I beg your forgiveness, but I am helpless. Though, as I said earlier, perhaps we can, or perhaps I could have, just gone into the future with you, but I don't wanna. So enjoy your heads while they're still attached to your body. Yes. How long do we have to live? I asked in a tiny, trembling voice. Perhaps a few hours, Margaret replied, avoiding my eyes. He turned away. He could not bear to face us. A heavy silence fell into the tiny room. A grey light filtered down from the window of our heads. The air suddenly felt cold and damp. I couldn't stop shivering. Edward startled me by leaning close and whispering in my ear, Susanna, look! He whispered excitedly, the door! Margaret left the door wide open when he entered. I turned to the door. Edward was right. The heavy wooden door stood nearly half open. We still have a chance, I thought, my heart beginning to race. We might still have a chance. Edward, run! I screamed. Oh, Bobbers, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. I took a running step and froze in midair. I turned to see Edward freeze, his arms outstretched, his legs bent in a running position. I struggled to move, but I couldn't. It felt as though my body had turned to stone. It took me a few seconds to realize that Margaret had cast a spell, frozen stiffly in the center of the tiny room. I watched the sorcerer, there's the CRT again, the sorcerer make his way out the door. Halfway out, he turned back to us. I'm totally sorry about this, kids, he said in a trembling voice, but, I can't let you escape. They'll know it was me. Did you not hear a single fucking thing I said to you? Don't use de-Asian, use Muppets. I mean, I'm down. I did my best, I really did, but I'm helpless. So, stop. Tears rolled down his cheek of his white beard. He gave us one last glance and slammed the door shut behind him. As soon as the door was bolted from the outside, the spell wore off. Edward and I could move again. I sank to the floor and suddenly felt weary. Edward stood tensely beside me.
Whatever are we going to do? I asked my brother. Poor Margaret. He tried to help us. He wanted to help us again, but he couldn't. If only... I stopped talking when I heard heavy footsteps outside the door. At first I thought it was Margaret returning, but then I heard hushed voices, the sounds of more than one man. Right outside the door, I recognized the booming voice of one of them, the Lord High Executioner, and his My Little Pony. Brand new. Body pillow. I climbed tensely to my feet and turned to Edward. They've come for us, I whispered. To my surprise, Edward's face remained calm. He raised his hand. He had something hidden in his closed fist. As he opened his fist, I recognized the 3 stones. Jesus Christ, this kid really is good at stealing shit. Never mind. I think this isn't really much of a hobby. It's more of a. You should be a professional, kid. Margaret's 3 smooth white stones sat in the palm of my brother's hands. They immediately began to glow. Edward, again! I cried. A smile crossed his lips. His dark eyes lit up excitedly. I lifted them from Margaret's robe when he hugged me. The dumb bitch, he said. Do you remember the spell? I demanded. His smile faded. I think so. I could hear the executioner outside the door, the heavy treads of his boots in the stone stairs. Edward, please hurry, I urged. I heard the bolts slide open. I heard heavy wooden door begin to open. Edward struggled to stack the glowing stones. Finally, he held all 3. Uh-oh. He held the glowing stones high and called out, Morava Movaris, followed by the year we came from. The stones exploded in the flash of white light. The white light faded quickly. I glanced around. Oh, Edward! I wailed in disappointment. It didn't work! We're still in the tower! Before my stunned brother could reply, the door swung all the way open. And there they stood! The tour group. I didn't recognize the tour leader. She was a young woman dressed in layers of red and yellow t-shirts and wore a skirt over black tights. I grinned at Edwards. I felt so happy I didn't think I'd ever stop grinning. You did it, Edward! I cried. You did it! The spell did work! Call me Eddie, he replied, laughing. Call me Eddie, okay, Sue? All Eddie thinks about is stealing from each person they see, but only the fastest are actually good at it. The spell had worked perfectly. We were back to the 21st century, back in the tower as Taurus. This tiny tower was a room where Prince Edward and Princess Susanna of York were held as prisoners. The tour guide announced they were held here to sentence to death, but they were never executed. Did they die up here? Asked the tour guide. Someone asked the tour guide what happened. The tour guide shrugged. No one knows. On the night they were to be murdered, the prince and princess vanished, disappeared into thin air. It's a mystery that will never be solved. Members of the tour group mumbled to each other. So was Mumford, or whatever the fuck the name of the wizard was he murdered? Was he executed in their stance? He's like, oh, motherfucker! Members of the tour group mumbled to each other, gazing around the room. Look at the thick stone walls, the guide continued. Look at the barred windows up so high. How did they escape? We'll never know. Well, clearly they would have had help, lady. I guess we know the answer to that mystery, someone whispered behind me. Eddie and I I guess we know the answer to that mystery, somebody whispered behind me. Eddie and I turned to see Margaret grinning at us. He winked. I saw he was wearing a purple sports jacket and dark gray trousers. Is he wearing a members-only jacket? Is this motherfucker wearing a members-only jacket? Oh, I don't think it was a dream. I think it was like they actually did go back in time. Thanks for bringing me along and, not letting me be executed for you escaping. Well, we had to bring you along, Margaret, Eddie replied. We need a parent. Oh my god! That's the actual... We would have fucking left you in the dust if it wasn't for, us needing a parent. You little bastard left me behind.
Margaret raised a finger to his mouth. Hush, don't call me Margaret. I'm Mr. Morgan now. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm Sue Morgan, and this is Eddie Morgan. I slapped my brother on the back. The tour group started out the tower door, and we followed. Eddie pulled the 3 white stones from his jean pockets and began juggling them. If I hadn't borrowed these from your robe, he told Mr. Morgan, that tour guide would be telling a very different story, wouldn't she? Yeah, she would, the sorcerer replied thoughtfully. A very different story. Let's get out of here, I cried. I never want to see this tower again. I'm starving, Eddie exclaimed. I suddenly realized I was starving too. Shall I perform a food spell? Mr. Morgan suggested. Eddie and I let out a loud groan. I think we've had enough spells to last a lifetime, I said. How about we go to the burger place for some good old-fashioned 21st century hamburgers and fries? Ha 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 ha. Freeze frame. Fuck you. The end. Oh my god. It's a Mario situation. I'm about to throw this goddamn tablet across the room. What the fuck you mean it ended in like an 80s sitcom? All of that build up, and it's like it's fucking what the hell's his name? Happy Days bullshit. These days are right. That's when everyone jumps, yeah! With the credits over the top of them. So question, did they actually freeze frame, or did Morgrid just freeze them? Because it's like, hey, okay, you can let us down now, I have to pee. Like all time travel stories, this one is an airtight closed loop plot. Yeah, I can't see anything that doesn't... See, I liked my twist better. Because it was more devious. And they would have died. So, I kind of like mine better. So I gotta say, it's kind of funny that I fucking dilly-dallied and made a lot of loop-de-loops within the story with just a random bunch of stories from my childhood, and I still managed to end the stream around the time frame that I normally do for these books. How the fuck did I even do that? What? You're still here? Go home! Go home! Oh no, is it just... I hope you guys enjoyed. You know what? I will say it. It isn't the worst Goosebumps book we read, because here's the thing. There's still the sequel of the dummy book, or what the fuck, Slappy, where nothing fucking happened until like the last chapter. It was just kids milling about. And then there was God, what was that other one that was really goddamn terrible? Well, I guess I have to narrow that down. The one that was like, actually both of them, both of the camp movies, or camp books that we read, it was like, one turned out where they were space aliens, and the other one was it turned out the main character was a ghost, but it didn't make any not the main character, like one of the girls that disappeared and reappeared was a ghost, but it didn't make any fucking sense. But I can kind of see this being okay. Yeah, I'm wrapping up right now. I'm glad you stuck it out. That's pretty that's good for you. A lot of people don't make it to the end, so good for you. It's like I said, it's not the worst one we've read. There's some pretty ones. I still think just because of how batshit insane it was, I think I like the Snowman movie or one the most as a ridiculously fun one. The first Night of the Living Dummy was pretty funny too, with the gay ventriloquist dummies. which is sad. We could have had like a great sequel, but we did not get that. I'm trying to think of that one. The one where they moved to a town and everybody was really weird, and I think it was a cult one. That one, for a very, very, very short time, actually had some scenes that would have worked better, or that worked pretty good, and then it just kind of immediately nosedived because I think R.L. Stein's like, no, this is written too well. I gotta go back to my weird writings that make no fucking sense, and a twist that's just as stupid. But it's fine. Like, this one was fun. This one I just like the freeze frame bullshit at the end. That's my favorite. Again, this dumbass executioner, dude, just stay in the past. Send the shit kids in the future. They can't get to you. I don't know, but it also irritates the shit out of me because it means that Merlin could have fucking I mean, granted, wait a second. He's like, wait, he's like, I can't help you guys escape to the future. I have to stay here and help all these horribly poor people. And the kids are like, no, we're going to take you with us. And he's like, yay, let's have burgers. So he really didn't give a fuck about those people. He just didn't want to send the kids back. He's like, well, shit, now I'm stuck with them. Maybe I can smother them. I'm a sorcerer, so who the fuck's going to say no to me? Right? No, I found the plot hole. That's what the issue was this whole time. Yes, I see the error. Can you please? There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna end the stream now. I appreciate you guys sticking around for long as you did, because there was 13 fucking people the damn near the whole time. So good for you 13 people who hung on. Morgrid was out of mana. Oh, that's what it was. He's like, well, shit. It's gonna be a while. I might as well carb load. I don't know how you get. I don't know how you get mana back. Are there ethers here, or is that a Final Fantasy thing? Is that offensive to the sorcerers? All right. Ooh. Oh yeah, of course. I'll actually have I should have a couple of videos out. Everything is looking good, and at this point, I don't care. I'm just gonna full steam ahead to get them out by Halloween. And yeah, I'll see you guys next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, depending on what day works best. So, ciao bella. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Ciao bella.